Nothing else I'm gonna eat. I smoke like y'all niggas breathe. I'm getting money while y'all asleep. Up watching movies, bagging up gold green. Lakers and the Ravens sell amazing gold teams. Cali cushion, purple haze, make your eyes beam. Since I glow exotic, I come up with red schemes. I ain't no Muslim, but I'm on my damn theme. Milk that cow till there's no more damn cream. Extra cheese, motherfucker, radio Raheem. The earth becomes bare, then I'll wean. So then I'm pimpin', piss no clean. Scooby so funky, make your face look mean. Smoke before you hate, enhance your dreams. Open your mind with thoughts so keen. My lungs jammed up, but my heart so free. I get high constantly, like Dutch Master sponsor me. You say I smoke too much, don't you start with me.
I get high, I get high, I get high, I get high, yes I get high, I get high, I get high, I get high, yes
I don't like it when a hater make me have to flip like an Olympic gymnast and let the twins rip or that double six pump. That thump like this funk in your trunk, man. I love me some skunk or that purple. The Arizona keep my mouth dry when I come through and tee off like Mr. Nice Guy. You know it's real good, but the price kinda high. But all the people love it, so they still gon' buy. Got all these haters hating when they just might die. But that's the haters' nature, so they still might try. Got ladies on assignment, brethren on consignment. John Mickens come through with perfect timing. Y'all niggas eat out, so y'all really hiding. But y'all ain't really hot, I'm just spotting your men. 15 to 2 and the game is 6. Come back on you and that lame ass click.
I get high, I get high, I get high, I get high, yes I get high, I get high, I get high.
Immortal Makers.
YFM, baby.
She starts slow, go fast. She starts slow, go fast. She starts slow, go fast. I like the way she rev it up. She starts slow, go fast. She starts slow, go fast. I like the way she rev it up. She starts slow, go fast. She starts slow, go fast. I like the way she rev it up. She starts slow, go fast. She got so much ass.
Yo.
I love the way she rev it up. She starts slow, go fast. That's how you rev it up. Brought a bunch of dope cash and you make me wanna give it up. That's why I brought it. For the pretty things and such might be enough for a nice little fitty. Plus you twerking, you rapping, you dipping, they sweating. Trying to get my pants pregnant off your entertainment. It's hard maintaining when you rocking, you swaying. Girl, all I'm saying, when you revving, you ain't playing. You gonna make that money fly. Hustlers might mess up a pie. They throw you cash, you catching eyes. You got mine, I cannot lie. I love the way you rev it up. When you on your giddy up, I'm colder than a freezy cup. But you got me heated up. She like a new Beamer, or should I say a Porsche? The way she rev it up, it got me of course. She's 0 to 60 faster than Danica Patrick. The way that she moving, it make for good practice.
No indication of which to strike first. I don't get it. You know the problems with the core power plants.
I was making slaps,
Yo.
yo. I ain't gonna lie. I was making slaps. I ain't even gonna lie, yo.
Yo,
Can you hear me?
what's going on, fam?
Ain't nothing. We live already, yo. Yeah, I was making slaps. I ain't gonna lie, yo.
You was making what?
Slaps, yo. I'm a slapsmatician, yo. I'm a slapsmatician, yo. I was making them slaps, yo. I ain't gonna lie.
I thought you said you was a flat matician. I was about to say, the fuck is that part?
No. Slapsmatician, yo.
No, I heard you the second time around, but
Yeah, I probably
sound
should
like you
have.
said you was a fat matician.
Oh shit, that's funny. Yeah, I should have been at one of them Kanye writing camps or the OVO sweatshop or something, yo.
Slaps matician. I love it.
Yeah. What's good though, man? Top two, what it do? We
Deep ski.
bike the bike.
Yeah, I got 94% on the Yeti barrel right now, so we good to go.
All right. We gotta get you some more equipment over there, pause.
Fluffy.
Yo, equipment, yo. That's a my homeboy. Hey, what's up, Latasha? Um, my
What's going
homeboy's
on,
son.
Tasha?
My homeboy's son was playing football. This a long time ago. He was like 4. He 18 now, but he was like 4. It's like his first year playing football, and that's how he used to pronounce equipment. He was like, I need to get my equipment.
Was he African?
Nah, he was just learning how to talk. He was 4.
Just saying, if he was African, that would make a lot of sense.
Oh right, nah, that's just what he used to say. Equipment. That's why it was funny to us because it sounded funny, and that's why that shit stuck. Pause. What we got tonight, yo? We ain't get to last night. Let's get right into it. Since y'all just heard some singing slaps, that top 75 R&B list. The top 75 R&B list. You had brought that to my attention. I did not know that it existed. I did not know it existed. Give me 1 second. Let me get it up on the screen. I already got it loaded up actually because I had started looking at it last night. And as I just skimmed through it, my dumb ass never accounted for the fucking women R&B artists. For some reason in my brain, I thought it was the top 75 male R&B artists, but when you throw the women in there, it expands the list. You know what I mean?
It did.
Like it was a dude arguing that R. Kelly was supposed to be in the top 5. He was number 1, but he's supposed to be at least in the top 5.
A dude. I am that dude, motherfucker.
Yeah, but that's why we need to go through this list, yo. I mean, you probably went through it already, but
I am that dude. Like and before you go through it, you gotta get to slaps that he made himself, slaps that he wrote for other people, slaps that sampled from him. Like the whole contribution to R&B as a whole.
Yeah, I understand what
why R. Kelly gotta be top 5, bro.
I understand.
And I feel like him being 9, even though he got all this shit going on with him, is a tribute to the fact that he's so good. They couldn't keep him out the top 10.
Nah. But I mean, honestly, I still don't have R. Kelly over Stevie, yo. But give me a second. Yeah, I still don't have R over Stevie. I got a few reasons. R. Kelly, personally, to me, has a lot of garbage fluff in his catalog, like some real lowbrow bullshit in his catalog. He has a bunch of it.
So you said Stevie don't have no bullshit in his catalog?
I mean, he probably has somewhere, but it's not as much not as much fluff, lowbrow bullshit. Let me see. Is it on the screen? Damn, they got Summer Walker in there. But she's very talented. I ain't gonna lie. All right, so number 75 is Miss Ruth Brown, who I was not familiar with at all.
We're gonna go through the whole 75.
Yeah, but you know fact. Because Miss Ruth Brown, they said she built motherfucking Atlantic, so that's good enough for me for her being on the list. Summer Walker, I guess, you know what? As time goes on, you know what I mean? Because personally, I really only know Summer Walker from from like social media for real. I am familiar with some of her songs, but I'm starting to realize she's really damn near the new Mary J. Blige for real, low key. When I say she's the new Mary J. Blige, she's kind of like the go-to for young chicks on that relationship music type shit. You know what I mean?
Summer Walker got one of the dopest pins in R&B history. So her
And I
being 74 now is good because she only gonna climb.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I'm finding out about her. Like she's a tough ass writer. You know what I mean? I'm fine. That's things that I have been discovering about Shorty. And Mary J. Blige ain't got the pen she got.
Nope.
We don't know anything Mary, but I'm just saying for what she means to the young girls, she's Mary J. Blige. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Etta James, that's pretty self-explanatory. This list got to be fire if she's that far down. Plus, I don't know if we consider her music R&B for real. Like, in her prime, was it even called R&B? All right, Jackie Wilson. All right,
Skip.
see, all right, I already got a problem with this list already.
You just gotta skip her. You know, it's
Yeah,
72. Just skip the
yeah.
bitch.
I know what Jackie Wilson means to black pop music, but it wasn't even considered R&B what he was doing back then. So they just saying black singers for real. Keisha Cole deserves a spot. I believe she should be higher than her. Keisha Cole. Any objection to what I just said? Keisha
No,
Cole should be higher than her.
I mean they pretty interchangeable. They close. I think the nod go to her because of her pen.
Okay, she right.
So
That makes sense.
like that's always going to be the edge in my opinion because a lot of these artists just make music, but then
Right.
some of them write that shit too for other artists too. Like we gonna come up on somebody pretty soon, and he too low. I'm gonna wait till
Okay.
we get there.
All right. Bobby Womack. Like
Bitch ass nigga,
yo, Bobby Womack is the
bitch ass
dirtiest.
nigga,
He's the dirtiest of dirty Macs, yo.
bitch ass nigga. I don't care if he passed away or not. Bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
Like
Bobby Womack is a wild boy. If anybody don't know, just to simplify the whole thing, you know what I mean? Um, what's my man? What's dude name?
Sam.
Sam Cooke. Sam Cooke.
Yeah.
Sam Cooke, legendary R&B singer, is probably he's gonna be high on this list. Um, him and Bobby Womack was homeboys. Um, I forgot what happened to Sam Cooke, but he died, was killed, whatever happened. Bobby Womack shows up at the funeral with Sam Cooke's wife in Bobby Womack in Sam Cooke's suit, yo. Like
Mm-hmm.
in his suit.
Mm-hmm. Most diabolical, dirty Mac and hating ass homeboy. I want your spot ass niggas in the
Made a
history of the
song
world.
called I Wish You Didn't Trust Me So Much.
Bananas.
One of the wildest boys in R&B history.
Phyllis Hyman, skip her.
Phyllis Hyman, she deserves that spot. Tank,
Fuck his crying ass. I would have been okay with him not being on the list.
yeah, you can't not have him on this list. And then we start that you the pen game thing, yo. The pen game thing.
His pen game is cool, but his pen game ain't elite enough to overcome. Well, I don't know. I guess he could have made the bottom tier, which he did. So, all right.
And honestly, there's no bottom tier on this list.
I
There's
mean,
there's a bottom tier
realistically,
comparatively, of course, comparatively to the top. But there's not a giant gap between Keith Sweat and R. Kelly.
yeah. Now you capping. It's a huge gap between Keith Sweat and R. Kelly.
There's not a gigantic
It's
gap.
a huge gap
As a matter of
between
fact,
Keith
Keith
Sweat
Sweat
and R.
is
Kelly.
definitely one of R. Kelly's inspirations. If
Whatever you want to
if
call it.
if we want to agree to disagree on the first point, because I'm not gonna argue with you, yo. It's not nothing that's worth an argument. That's an opinion that I'm not even going to die on the hill for. But I will say that Keith Sweat is definitely one of R. Kelly's inspirations. You might be young, but you're ready. Yeah.
I mean, that's cool. All
Tina,
that is
Tina
cool,
Marie.
right? All
Tina
that's
Marie
cool.
deserves her spot
Blackest white
100%.
woman I know. All right. Yeah.
Ledisi is definitely a neo soul legend. So neo soul has been also clumped in with R&B, but neo soul ain't nothing but R&B. Music Soul Child,
Music
Anthony
too
Ham.
low.
You said music too low?
Music too low.
Do it belong above Anthony Hamilton?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He belong above Ashanti?
All right. Now you're getting into, because Ashanti Penn is also underrated.
Right.
So
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm listening now.
I don't know. I'm just saying, I ain't placing them above specific people. Definitely Anthony Hamilton, though.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
ain't nothing. Can you let me a couple dollars?
Shit, I ain't no way. How much you need? See if I can get it.
Like $40.
All right, give me a second.
All right. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Ashanti Pen Game is super duper underrated. Like she's not even thought of as a great songwriter, and she is. So I agree with that 100%. So does music go over Ashanti?
No.
I agree because she had too many mega slaps.
And she is a woman with mega slaps. So that's going to automatically kind of slate her higher because there's not as many women on this list as it is men.
Okay. I can rock with that. Let me see.
It's why Nicki Minaj got to be a top 10 rapper of all time.
We can get into that later.
This is who I was talking about. Way too low. Neo is top 20 all time.
I can see where you're coming from, and for real, I don't think they weighing the actual songwriting enough.
They couldn't be. And even if you just talking slaps on their own, Neo got too many slaps to be at number 60.
Let's see.
Too many slaps, yo. We're going to compare everybody coming up to Neo.
Neo over Fantasia.
Easy.
Neo over Fantasia.
Easy.
I can't put Neo over Peebo, yo. I can't put Neo over Peebo, yo.
Easy. Keep going.
Let me see. Now I'm just trying to peek my memory on some of his jams. All right, Tevin Campbell, yeah.
Fuck no. Come on, son.
Yeah, Tevin Campbell got
yo.
Tevin Campbell. If y'all wanted to put him on the list, put him at 75, yo.
Yo. Tevin Campbell.
Hold up.
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
And that's really the first ain't no way, yo. He's the first ain't no way.
I'm taking Neo over everybody listed. Tevin Campbell is a fuck no. But keep going. Come on, son.
No.
Come on, son.
No.
Come on, son.
It was a big rich town. Neo ain't had a slap since Big Rich Town. No slaps. since Big Rich Town, and Big Rich Town gonna run forever. But
It don't.
but
Yo, I know
but
you.
that's
I
the
know.
very
I
that's the very
know
end.
you. I
That's the
know.
very end.
Yo.
No. That's the icing on the cake for Joe.
Yo.
Everything you saying
I'm
about
not even ready to have this
everything
conversation
you
with you,
saying
bro.
about Neo and songwriting goes double for Joe.
No. You're
Goes
not
double
ready
for
to tell
Joe.
me Joe Penn better than Neo's.
Joe Penn better than Neo's.
Boy, man, you smoking dope. You smoking fucking dope.
Joe
You is
Penn better than
smoking.
Neo.
You is smoking
Joe
fucking
Penn
dope.
game is better than Neo. Let me see
You
something.
is smoking fucking dope, bro.
Let me see
You
something.
is smoking dope. Joe career not better than Neo's. Joe
Best
Penn not better than Neo's.
Penn game in R and B. This is a shot. This is a shot in the dark. Google.
You is smoking fucking dope, bro.
I don't think industry insiders would agree with that. With you saying I'm
Yo,
smoking dope for saying
you
that.
is smoking fucking dope, yo. Like, and I ain't taking because you clearly know, you see from me knowing ins and outs that I know who pens is what, who writing what, right? Joe Penn cool, but Joe Penn not on Neo level, yo. Come on, son. I'm not even doing that. What's the biggest hit Joe ever wrote for somebody else?
I don't know, but I just pulled up wrong songs written by Joe. All right, let me pull Neo up. Here's another song. Baby. Neo got way more writing credits. Feel you. If. Oh no, the nigga wrote Irreplaceable. He won. All right. Neo win. Neo win the songwriting.
Make sure you mute your phone this time at the computer.
All right.
All I'm saying is, people, as I think I'm on here by myself right now, it's no way, it's no place in the world where Joe was a better artist or songwriter than Neo. Neo being at number 60 on that list is proof positive that that shit was written by a bunch of fucking 20-something-year-old white people. Neo way better, Tasha. Like way better. Like um shit not even comparable, honestly. Like Joe got some slaps and Joe wrote some decent shit for people before, but comparing them to Neo is nah. Nat Cole.
I had to recover some of that child support.
Nat
Hit
Cole.
my son mother up for a couple dollars. Nigga dead this weekend.
I ain't mad at it.
You
Nat
say
Cole.
you say you like Neo better?
Then oh yeah, she said she liked Neo better than Joe. Go past Nat Cole. Let's see who next.
Let me see. Natalie Cole. Yeah, I'm not going to fight it. I wasn't going to fight it before. That's why I wasn't arguing back with you too hard. But let me see. Let me see where we at. Natalie Cole.
Jasmine, see, and I love Jasmine Sullivan, bro.
I do
I
too. I
love
do too.
Jasmine Sullivan,
And I just think
yo.
she got to be lower on the list. Like, if you like people like it's rough. It's rough. It's rough.
She can't be over Neo. She is a dope ass artist. Like I think
Yo, I don't think she over Joe.
uh
I don't think she over Joe. I don't
I
think
don't think she over Joe. She definitely not over Neo.
she not over Neo. She not over
Definitely
Neo.
not over Neo. She not over pretty much anybody
She
that
not
was in
over
front of her.
Ashanti. Yeah,
Like
yeah. She a little high. She a little high on the list comparatively to the other people that we went by so far.
I
Natalie.
think it's more so because of her voice. Her voice so dope and unique. So even though I think SZA sound like her or was it Summer Walker, one of them bitches sound like her.
I mean, honestly,
Oh no, it ain't even one of them bitches.
when
It's
I
Coco
first
Jones.
Coco Jones, yeah, and when I first heard Jasmine Sullivan, she reminded me of Lauryn Hill.
I can see that too. Her voice a little stronger than Lauryn Hill's
Yeah,
though.
yeah, yeah. Oh, the top end of her voice is better, but I'm talking about her tonality.
Yeah, no, I can see that. But yeah, like Coco Jones is like what I hear when I used to hear Jasmine Sullivan. Like
Definitely, her first big single, I thought it was Jasmine Sullivan.
when
Like I
the
literally
it's
turned
funny
to
you say
to
that because the second big single, what's that? Here We Go, the one that's out now. I
yeah.
legitimately thought that shit was Jasmine Sullivan. Like
No, you talking about
this
the
is
over and over that joint?
yeah.
Oh no, that's the one I'm talking about.
No, no. Well, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. That's not her first one. The first one is I can't remember what it was, but that shit was a banger. This here we go again shit is her second big hit.
Yeah, but that's the one I'm talking about. When I heard that joint, I thought it was Jasmine Sullivan. It was Jasmine.
Yeah, like it's the cadence, the sound, the subject matter,
Yeah,
everything was just Jasmine
I mean,
Sullivan
she might
for
have wrote the
real.
song for real. Like honestly,
Like
she
that shit was. I legitimately thought I said it to my
matter of
ex.
fact,
Like,
we right here.
oh,
Let me go ahead and check.
oh, is Jasmine Sullivan pen underrated?
The fuck is this? God damn, it's probably somebody
Is
trying.
Jasmine Sullivan pen underrated?
I be getting all these damn calls from people trying to buy one of the properties and shit, yo. Yo, I hate when they do that shit when I'm broke because I be wanting to I be wanting to like how much you got right now for cash, you know what I mean? But I've been in this position before and it
Made
always
it
work
out
out.
of it.
It
Yeah.
not
So
it always work out. And I never been like a it feel like I'm pawning my shit. You know what I mean? And I
mhm.
never been a nigga. No matter how low I get, like to sell my
Just go
shit.
sell shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah.
yeah,
Cause then you gonna get right and you gonna want all that shit again.
exactly. So, I mean, I'm a for real. Like, I'm tempted for real. I'm tempted, but
I mean, y'all got a couple of them, don't y'all?
yeah, yeah, we got a couple of them, and one of them is completely mine. I'm gonna feel like a dope fiend if I sell it just cause I'm having a little hard times and shit. Yo.
I
That's just
mean,
how
it
I am.
depends on what you selling it for, though. Like,
Yeah, but
you
these people
selling
are
it
hard.
for
These people like the hard money motherfuckers that won't
oh,
give
what
you.
they weigh 20,000 right now.
Yeah, yeah. They ain't trying to make no real offers. You know what I mean?
Oh, well then, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. But I mean, put that bitch on the market.
I mean, we got one on the market. So you know, the day it sell, I'm gonna get a couple racks. You know what I mean? But it's just right now, like right now. You know what I mean?
No,
That's
I
all it
get
comes down
it.
to.
No, I get it. That shit is. I understand exactly what you saying. got some shit that's tied up that I can't really, well, I can't touch that I don't want to, like. So you just sit here like, damn, I could do this, but then you going to feel like you're taking a loss in the long run. So the
Right.
game is the game. Like you said, that should have all even itself out. That's one thing I done learned in this life that I done
Right.
lived is, you got peaks and you got valleys for real, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, it all even itself out for real. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, game is the game.
All right, now. This where Neo stopped at for me.
Jilly from Philly.
Illy Jilly from Philly is where Neo stops at for me.
Jilly from Philly is the first person listed since Neo that I would have that I like, and I'll take her because I like her music more, even though I think his pen game is stronger than her pen game, and he has comparable hits. So like, if you judging it on that, Neo is still ahead of her, but preference, I'm probably gonna take Jilly from Philly.
All right. So let's say they should be right by each other.
Right?
Let's put it like that. And it's arguable who goes in front.
Okay. I can get with that. And she's the first person though that we went past, other than Nat Cole, that I legitimately can say is over top of him.
Okay. Okay.
Stephanie Mills, nah, son. And I know
See,
you get into pins and shit like that, but nah, son.
all right. This the thing right here, yo. Once you start getting into all-time voices,
Yes.
and also we got to take into consideration of who they was when they was who they was.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephanie Mill belongs above Neo.
Mm.
She just does, yo.
Mm-mm.
Something about the way you make me feel.
I know Stephanie Mills is dope, bro.
Feel. Yo, she
Alright.
is. Yeah.
Nah, nope. We disagree there. Keep going.
We disagree, but Stephanie Mills is where she belongs comparatively
I ain't
to.
saying she not
I'm saying
where she
comparatively
belongs
to where the other people are so far.
to where Neo is.
Not. I'm not saying the gap should be there. I'm just saying she should be above Neo.
Nah, son, but keep going. I don't want down that hill. Okay. I accept that. Right on the chin. Pause. Rick James, bitch. He got that.
And the funny part is Rick James maybe got four what you consider R&B songs, yo. Most of this shit
Yeah, I
is
know.
most of this shit is
it's-
funk or some type of rock. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
saying
I get
that.
that.
Yeah. So they
Yeah, I
just
get
going
that.
they just going
Who-
black singing
Yeah, who
music.
black and they was popular.
Black singing music that ain't country.
Rick James is definitely up there, though. I can't argue that. Now, this is what I've been fucking waiting for. There is no way, shape, or form that John Legend is 10 spots over Neo. Other than the fact that John Legend make white wet music.
So this is love versus ordinary people, if you ask me. Now, I've always had a slight bias against John Legend.
Mm-hmm.
Personal.
He don't really make our music.
And I'm gonna tell you what my bias has been. I thought Carl Thomas was better than that nigga, and he came out sounding like Carl Thomas, yo.
All right, now you capping, but go ahead. But go ahead.
That nigga
get your
came
point
out.
off, bro.
John Legend was what Fabulous was to Mason shit.
Okay.
Like when Fabulous came out, I thought he sounded like Mace and shit when he first came out. Before, he established himself in your brain. Pause. I thought he
Okay.
sounded like Mace. As time went along, I've heard that he was more barred up. You know what I mean? But he sounded like Mace. That's what John Legend did to Carl Thomas for me and shit.
Okay.
But as Carl Thomas went along, we seen that he was more prolific. You know what I mean? Whether like him or not, he's a prolific artist. You know what I mean?
Carl Thomas or John Legend?
John Legend. My bad if I misspoke. Bobby Brown, the motherfucking man.
All right, I can't argue that. Bobby might be a
Whitney
little too low.
Whitney Houston stamped that nigga. She said, "My nigga is the king of R&B." Now that was a stretch.
A high rant. It was a high rant.
It was a stretch, but it put people on notice. It put them
Bobby
on
Brown
notice.
is definitely a top 50 R&B artist all time.
Lauryn Hill.
Overrated. Impact dope. She had 2 CDs, one with the Fugees, one by herself, but that was slaps, straight slaps. Miseducation of Lauryn Hill might be one of the best R&B hip hop albums ever. She don't have enough, bro. And it's not because she died. It's just because she stopped fucking making music. Right?
And this is always the argument against Lauryn Hill. Now, she belongs higher. Now, I'm not saying on this list, but I'm saying that she deserves to be more relevant on R&B lists because of the miseducation of Lauryn Hill than she does hip hop lists for the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Personal opinion.
Okay.
It is more impactful as R&B than it is as rap to me personally.
I agree.
But her being top 48 with one album is blasphemy compared to these other people on here.
Yeah. Especially when she's had the opportunity to create more music and she just hasn't.
And I think that's more of a testament of the production and writing on production and writing team on the miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Because she has not, people think personally, I think people think it's because she don't want to, but can she? Can she without that team?
Good question. It's a real good question.
Now this Crave guy right here.
Where
now, The Weeknd. I will not deny Weeknd. That's what I won't do. Even if I have a belief that there are some older artists that are better, I will not deny his modern impact. That would be like me denying Kendrick Cole Drake in the greater rapper pantheon at this point. Just because they are in a newer generation. They're not even a new generation no more. Just because they are in a newer generation outside of the quote unquote golden era. There are people that will not put anybody outside of the golden era anywhere near the top 15, top 20, and I refuse to do that when I see these boys doing this shit for a decade now. Same thing goes for Weeknd.
Okay.
I think Weeknd should be above Rihanna.
I do too. Vocally, musically, pen wise. So like, I'll let you, because you scroll past my guy real fast.
And we still here because we arguing about Weeknd.
But my so like I don't think people understand how good the Weeknd pen is. You know, Drake first 10 hits, 6 of them was the Weeknd songs. You know, and I know that's considered slightly hip hop or whatever, but a lot of them bitches was R&B songs for real.
Yeah, it was all the Drake singing shit. So that was it was R&B on hip hop in the hip hop realm, but it's still
Right.
R&B. It was
I
Weekend
think
shit.
people, right? So I think people sleep on how dope his pen is or whatever for real. And
Yeah.
it's somebody that I know not gonna be on this list, and that's why my name is Party. But another person is Party Next Door, and I bring him up because him and the Weeknd, they wrote for Beyonce, they then wrote for Rihanna. Rihanna biggest hit in the last 10 years. What was that island song that she had that she just it was her most recent song. Party Next Door wrote that.
All right. Now, I don't think that Party has done enough for himself. Hear me out.
No, I'm not ready to argue with you because I agree. Like
fans of Party who are locked into him might say different, but in a list like this, you gotta have mass appeal.
Yeah, you gotta have your own slaps. Like he got a couple slaps or whatever, but he don't have enough to. And I wasn't saying that he should be on the list. I'm not even delusional like that for real, because he shouldn't be on the list.
And writing,
like you said,
and writing is not weighed as heavy for R&B artists. It's just
not, which is crazy because to me, you almost have to be more creative, more in tune with everyday life and what's going on to create R&B songs than you have to be with rap songs.
Yeah, but I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that point. But it's just that from the very beginning of hip hop, and since what you're doing vocally is more akin to spoken word or poetry or something like that with hip hop, and its roots was either you going off the top or some shit you wrote, like that's a that was for the longest time a prerequisite of a rapper. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I just believe that writing an R&B song, even if you write it about your own personal love life or something that happened, it's the shit be so relatable and so non-specific that it's easier to hand it over to somebody with great talent and be like, deliver this. You know what I mean?
Okay, I can see that. It's just like, I don't know. I think you just gotta be, because I know it's male, like Safari used to write Nicki rhymes or whatever, raps or whatever, or some others. I know it's male rappers that write for women or whatever for real, but as a male R&B artist like Neo, to put himself in, you know, a woman's shoes and create songs like Irreplaceable or whatever for real, like it's to me.
Well, I can agree to a point, but how many times? Well, I've done it throughout my lifetime. How many times have you sung along with a female R&B song and replaced boy with girl when you singing it?
Plenty of times. And I'm not saying.
And the whole song is just now it's about me and a girl. You know what I mean?
I get it. And I've done this shit hella times. I get it.
All right,
I'm just saying, to put yourself in that mind state to create a song as emotional or whatever, it's some of those. Because he wrote, I know people talk about Irreplaceable. What's that song? Resentment. He wrote Resentment for Beyonce. That's one of the most fucking emotional R&B songs that she got, and might be one of the most emotional ones, period.
All right, so with that being said, if this was a list of R&B songwriters, Neo definitely would be much, much, much higher on the list if it was just strictly songwriters.
And I agree with that, right?
And I'm not saying Neo don't have no slaps.
that's the thing though. Like I think people are also discrediting the amount of slaps that he has.
That he got. Okay. Okay.
Like
Okay.
Neo got slaps from what 03, 04 until whenever you say he fell. Let's say his last joint was 2015, 2016. He got slaps consistently through that. You know,
Okay.
it's just for John Legend, who has slaps also consistently through then, but not as many to be higher than him. When on top of the fact that he don't have as many slaps, he don't have as good a pen to be higher than him. It's disrespectful to me. And I get it. We clearly understand and coming to realize that they're not valuing the pen as much as they should be in these rankings.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it is what it is. Well, we had oh fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Nah, son. It's at least 6 people we done went by that I would take over D'Angelo. At least 6.
Is that due to inactivity to you?
Inactivity, not as many slaps. Like, when was the last D'Angelo? You talk about Neo. When was the last D'Angelo slap?
2014, and he won a Grammy.
What was it? What was the name of the song?
About 2001, Black Messiah helped bring his Grammy win.
Come on, son. You don't even know that song. Don't nobody know that song. Nobody know that fucking song.
Versus which skewed the battle format in favor solo. All right. This is it's 3 or 4 artists who can be literally contributed, who Neo Soul can be contributed to.
That's cool. He can be a founding father of Neo
and the top
Soul,
dogs
but not
of that
good,
are Erykah Badu, in my eyes, Erykah Badu, D'Angelo, and then shortly after Jill Scott. Now,
Jill Scott over D'Angelo.
Now, with that being said, as far as
Maxwell over D'Angelo,
your first, I think he's already over D'Angelo. As far as first 2 projects, especially Brown Sugar might be a top 10 R&B album of all time. Since we not separating R&B and neo soul, it might be a top 10 of all time. And then the next album is the one with How Does It Feel on it. That Voodoo joint, it was a little more intricate. It was a little more on the experimental artsy side. But that shit was a fucking flame, yo. Now, if you want to go back to, and D'Angelo wrote all of them. If you want to go back to output, I'll concede to the output thing. You know what I mean? 3 albums out of a whole career. You know what I mean? 30 years. You know what I mean? With that being said, I can agree with anybody putting them lower, but the things that he did produce, yo.
Well, if that's the case, then Lauryn Hill should be higher too.
I think she's way up there just because of that.
You know,
SZA.
I think and it's the same thing I got with Lauryn Hill, same problem.
Yeah, but if Lauryn Hill had 3 albums, I wouldn't have no argument against her at this point. One.
2 good albums, 1 mid album, and then you disappear for 20 years. Like
which album was mid?
The third one.
The one he wanted.
Listen to what I don't give a fuck
for.
what he won for it. I don't listen. Grammys get won by shit all the time. Like winning a Grammy don't change my opinion on it. Like The shit was, and honestly, because I'd consider Music Soul Child neo soul too.
He is.
Music Soul Child better than D'Angelo. Music Soul Child has more slaps, better quality albums over the course of his career. Got more of them.
He don't have an album better than Brown Sugar, y'all.
I just want to listen, or I just want to sing.
It's not better than Brown Sugar, y'all.
I just want to sing.
It's not.
Hey,
It's
that
not better than
shit.
Brown Sugar, y'all. It's not. It's not.
Hey, I just want to sing. Legit, if you go through it, maybe 2 skips.
Brown Sugar don't have no skips.
I don't believe it. I gotta go back and look at it. Like
Brown
I know
Sugar
Brown
has no
Sugar
skips.
was a banger, but I don't believe it.
No skips.
I don't believe it. It's very few songs, very few albums ever that don't have no skips.
No skips.
And I'm gonna go listen to it after we get out the stream, you know. But sure enough, like I know it skips on there. Like, but anyway.
Latasha said she like music better too.
Yeah.
SZA
SZA
is 44 and rising rapidly.
I'm with it, and she should be in the fucking top 20 in the next 5 years.
Let's see who above her. But she's definitely 44 and rising.
SZA is Summer Walker on steroids. Like, better voice, just as good a pen, better image, you know, so she can cross over between the two rounds of being a hoe and being fucking wholesome. Like, she is.
Summer Walker, she ruined herself with her look, yo. That's what she
ruined it with the look. And then how she act too. SZA don't behave in a lot of the ways that Summer Walker behave in. So Summer Walker is associated with broken women, hoes, strippers, just shit like that. You know, SZA is a little different. Like, she can make a slime you out with Drake, where she really just talking about slutting a nigga out for real part.
Right.
Or she can make, you know, Love Galore with Kendrick Lamar for real. Like, she you know, she is probably, to me, the highest rated female artist out right now as far as R&B go. So you shouldn't see a new female artist or a female artist that came out after SZA in front of her.
You said that came out after her that's in front of her?
Yeah, or even around the same time she came out, a little bit before, or whatever. You're just not going to see nobody that's in SZA era in front of her. Everybody you already see from this point on, I'm wagering, is more tenured artists than SZA is.
Definitely. I would take that bet with you.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I was sitting here thinking while we was talking, it's too many music slaps that I take, yo. Like, music got too many slaps, yo. I wouldn't even be mad at doing a most underrated R&B list or some shit like that.
Okay.
Or underrated hip hop list. One of the two, like, just cause a nigga like that definitely gotta be on that. Niggas don't get music the love he deserves for real. Like, you'll got some classics, some timeless joints.
I'll agree with him definitely not getting all of his flowers. I agree with that. Dionne Warwick. See,
I won't argue with it.
Yeah, because this another one of those you had to be there ones and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I won't argue with it.
I wasn't completely there for her highest highs, but I remember as a child how big she was. And her songs, you know what I mean? Like, she walk on by, yo. Come on, yo.
Now you're getting into the heavy hitters. Barry White, number 42.
Yeah, they still sampling and making new walk on bys today and shit. Barry White, we
Yeah, you
can't
getting into the heavy hitters now.
we can't argue that.
Brandy too high. And if she too high, that means Monica over top of her.
Wow. I don't think Monica should be over Brandy.
I don't think so either. Except I think they dinging Brandy more for being more of a pop artist for a while than an R&B artist. Aaliyah, she get that Biggie bump.
Definitely got the Biggie bump, and I personally used to hate on Aaliyah. I used to say she couldn't sing that good.
I cried when she died.
Until I started paying back attention to her music and her voice. Her voice was the shit.
I cried when she died.
It just wasn't a traditional powerful R&B voice, but that shit, her voice was damn near perfect pitch.
I love Aaliyah. But she definitely get that Biggie bump.
Yeah. And she was an icon living when she was alive. She was a living icon.
She was Beyonce.
I got I'll admit, most of the chicks I mess with most of the time are 5 to 10 years younger than me. Which now, you know what I mean? All right. So the chicks that are in that 5 to 10 years younger than me range, I dated 3 chicks who wanted to be Aaliyah. Like they literally showed me pictures with the bandana on, with the whole Aaliyah get up on, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like they literally wanted to be her. Like she was the petite girl role model back in the day. Let me see. Roberta Flack. Once again, these those you had to be there. Maxwell.
I agree with Maxwell being over D'Angelo. Maxwell
literally
beautiful
snatched.
music. He got some of the most beautiful music ever though. So
Maxwell literally snatched D'Angelo's spot.
Yep. Give me that. It's mine, nigga.
I was there. I literally had a chick, right? Who, when D'Angelo came out, was on his niggity nuts pause. But when that nigga Maxwell dropped, she broke up with D'Angelo, yo. She broke up with that nigga, yo.
It remind me of
No.
Yeah, listen. It remind me of my little sister. She was in love with Omari growing up, right?
Okay.
She was like, he the best dancer, he the best singer. It ain't nobody better than this nigga. Like,
what, Breezy came out?
Yeah, and then Chris Brown came out, yo. And
then
like
Breezy came out.
Like she legitimately divorced this nigga, yo. Like to this day, her passwords are Maurice03, which is Chris Brown's middle name.
Oh my God.
It's the only reason I know that shit is because that's been her password her whole life for real. Like, but yeah, like I've seen that shit, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yo, this is the second.
Brother,
Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way.
That shit is wicked.
Frank Ocean, yo.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Frank Ocean could have been like number 74.
Frank Ocean over everybody we argued so far.
Fuck no. Frank Ocean got that pause, and I don't want to get us canceled. He got that I'm Yeti Burrow bump. He got
leave it
that
at
I'm
that.
Yeti. He got that I'm Yeti Burrow bump.
Yo, I have no motherfucking beef with what you said at all, yo. Hell no. Tony Braxton. She
Okay.
belong where she around where she at.
Okay.
Babyface
Babyface. Okay.
might be too low.
Definitely.
Let's see who next though.
See, we gotta get to where I want to get to so I can start my rant before my motherfucking phone die. We gotta get to 26, 27. Donna Summer. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Not over Babyface. Let me see. I don't have her over Tony Braxton. I don't have her over Maxwell. I don't have her over. And she was the shit. I'm not saying she wasn't the shit, but yeah. She personally she need to go down a couple on there. Now, one thing I will say about Donna Summer, she definitely killed two genres, and was one of the first ones that was considered completely a motherfucking disco artist, and she transitioned into soul and R&B. But Alicia Keys,
Okay.
she belong. I'm just not the biggest fan.
She got some slaps, man.
No, she got mega slaps, but and she got 17 Grammys. Like that shit be mattering. 17, Lord have Jesus. Lionel Richie. He belonged. Between the Commodores and his solo career, yes.
I ain't gonna argue with Lionel Richie. I ain't old enough.
And I don't know if anybody, and this might be hyperbolic, it's very hyperbolic, but does anybody have a song better than Zoom on the list so far, y'all? Like this one, his 3 Times a Lady is one of his most popular joints, but Zoom that was with the Commodores. That's one of the best soul songs ever to exist, yo. And I think some of the older music has a slight advantage because a lot of it was backed by great bands and shit. So that gives some of the older music in my eyes a slight advantage because they were played with instruments. Anita Baker, is she too low? Hold on. Who coming after Anita? Who going above Anita Baker for her to be 31? I need answers on that. Who the hell is coming on this list, pause, that's above Nita Baker? I mean, I know some of them, but 31 people? This must about to be a missile, yo, from here on out. Okay, Gladys Knight. I can see it. Diana Ross. I can see it. She was Beyonce before Beyonce. Erykah Badu. Yes. Somehow Erykah Badu has become underrated, y'all. Somehow she has become underrated as singer-songwriter. Shaka Khan. They cooking, y'all. They cooking. And what you said It don't count on this list, yo. It count for the rap list. It don't count on the R&B list, yo. About the lack of women.
Mm-hmm.
It don't count on the R&B list, yo. Breezy,
No.
Breezy, your
Brisk
problem.
Breezy is a top fucking 15 bare
Okay,
minimum
I,
R&B
I,
artist.
I thought you was about to say he ain't belong that high. I was about to say, what the fuck?
Brisk Breezy is a top 15 R&B artist bare minimum, yo. Bare fucking minimum. Like
But
artistry,
one thing I
talent.
will give the list for credit for, and I guess they knew they couldn't deny it. They got Chris Brown higher than Rihanna, yo.
Mm-hmm. You definitely can't deny that shit. But
All right, all right, but
Brisk
can
Breezy should be top 15.
all right. With that being said,
25 years, bro.
there are artists on here who can never rise. Chris Brown should rise every year.
He should, but he don't. Like, yo, he's been one of, if not the top R&B artist since 03, 04. Like, that's 20 years,
Could his
bro.
early music be considered pop, and is that same thing that you said about Brandy?
Could be. Like, they could be giving him a ding, but I think he getting that I beat my bitch up. Yeah, bitch up ding.
So you got Chris Brown above Patti LaBelle, yo.
Yeah.
No, 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 no,
Yeah.
no, no,
Yeah.
no.
Brisk Breezy a better artist, yo.
No, yo,
Brisk
no,
Breezy,
no.
because realistically, the only entertainer, R&B or otherwise, that is better than Chris Brown is Michael Jackson.
Yo, but we not taking into account dancing
But you should be taking
on
into
an
account
R&B
all
list,
that.
yo.
You
No,
should be
yo.
taking into account all that because Michael Jackson is top. I guarantee you, he in the top 5.
And
I guarantee you.
that's musically too, yo.
Yes, it's musically too, but I guarantee you in the slide where they had the paragraphs explaining why they where they are, they'll talk about his artistry and how he is the GOAT performer and all that other shit. I guarantee you they'll talk about that.
I mean, for Chris Brown, in comparison to Michael Jackson, and he's since evolved into one of music's premier all-around performers. So of course they're going to put that in on
So
Michael Jackson.
is it
So I mean, if that with that being said, you putting Michael Jackson and Chris Brown as number 1 and 2
no,
R&B
I'm not.
performers ever. I mean, like because
maybe, but
that, all right. So that's their.
I'm saying
that's where they go. If you're gonna put
because all right, if it's people in the fucking top 5 that have comparable songs to Michael Jackson, and there are people in the top 5 that have comparable music to Michael Jackson,
right,
the reason that he gets bumped up, same with Beyonce when you're gonna see it, it's because of the artistry. So with him, he's not getting the artistry bump that they getting.
All right. With that artistry, there's also hardware also.
Chris Brown got as many slaps as Beyonce do.
No. When I say hardware, I mean awards and sales.
Now, again, sales, he right there with Beyonce. When you get into awards, then you get into politics. And that he's not going to win as many awards as she going to win because he's not as beloved as she is.
Is he there with Michael Jackson, though?
No. Michael Jackson, despite the fucking, the shit that was against him, Michael Jackson, before people started poking holes in the veil or whatever, Michael Jackson was the biggest star in the world, bar none. So even if people fucking started souring on him, he still had a huge portion of the world that was going to support him regardless.
Right.
So it's not a fair comparison. All I'm saying is Those two people specifically, who I know are in the top 10, got a bump because of their artistry. Chris Brown doesn't get that bump for his artistry.
I
Part
think
of
I
it
think
is because
I think that him being 26, 26. All right, there's nobody who's being realistic to say his all of everything affecting his career wasn't affected by the bullshit. So with him being where he's at, I believe that part of his bump was because of his artistry. Now Bill Withers, I don't. I mean, I can't see how he's higher than. Let me see the same song, make you laugh, make you cry, lean on me. All right, so some of these people, they just like they going off of their eternal songs and shit. Cause this nigga made lean on me. You know what I mean? Shit like that. I think they literally bumped you all the way up there because of that shit. Use me. That shit was a slap too. Teddy Pendergrass. Breezy over Teddy Pendergrass.
you're not really telling me that Chris Brown ain't better than Teddy Pender ass down.
Does Breezy have any slaps above Close the Door and Love TKO?
Maybe not Love TKO. Definitely Close the Door.
Luther Vandross, the ultimate cover artist. Luther Get Your Song is gone. That's actually
I
one
gotta
of
skate for a few minutes, bro.
all right. That's actually one of my detractions against Luther, and one of my things that's positive for Luther, if that makes any sense. One of the detractions is his biggest hits were somebody else songs that he redid. But for you to be able to take hit slaps and make them your own and people don't even remember the original, that's something else. You know what I mean? And one of the greatest voices in singing history. I knew Donny Hathaway was next, and he might have the best male voice in black music history. Let's see where we at. Grab like any of the old artists. It can't be all newer artists. I'm just getting to your comment, Latasha, and that was one of my things. You know what I mean? You have to give something to the artists that wasn't there because they was them when in their time. You know what I mean? He conceded to some of the old artists. It's not that he didn't like any, it's just what you're familiar with. Otis Redding. That's sitting on the dock of the bay, right? Try a little tenderness. Yeah. Smokey Robinson. Al Green. I gotta get Craig back on here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause this this exercise for a minute, and we gotta get Craig back on here because I want to know who he believes Chris Brown should be over. Al Green and Smokey Robinson somehow. So we gonna get back to this list a little bit later when we get Craig back, because I need to know who else He's saying Breezy should be top 15, skipping all these people. So we're gonna get back to this. See a little sports. Let me see what they saying about my man Derek Queen real quick. Let's see what he got to say about Derek Queen.
Pelicans make a massive and aggressive statement by trading for Derek Queen. I'll tell you how it works out for New Orleans, but why it also might be a reckless move. It's the Friday episode of Locked On Pelicans. Let's go.
You are Locked On Pelicans, your daily New Orleans
Pelicans make a massive and aggressive statement by trading for Derek Queen. I'll tell you how it works out for New Orleans, but why it also might be a reckless move. It's the Friday episode of Locked On Pelicans. Let's go.
You are Locked On Pelicans, your daily New Orleans Pelicans podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network. Your team every day.
Welcome to another edition of Locked On Pelicans, the daily podcast covering your favorite team, the New Orleans Pelicans and NBA, part of the Locked On Podcast Network.
See how you're doing with this. Let me see. 5.9 views in 9 hours. 11. Yeah, he can do that every day and get a couple dollars.
Your team every day, available wherever you get your podcasts and available on YouTube. I'm your host, Pelicans Insider, credential member of the media, Jake Madison, at NOLA Jake on Twitter. Here with you on this Friday, we are going to break down the massive gamble the Pelicans made, trading up for Derek Queen. I'm going to tell you why they did it, their reasoning.
There's going to be a couple really, really good players come out of this draft, I believe. And I think Derek Queen is actually one of them.
Behind it, with some quotes from Joe Dumars in there. We'll look at Derek Queen, the player, how he fits, and I do think he does fit well on this Pelicans team. And then also look at the risks, because this could be construed as a reckless move. We're going to break it all down in today's episode of Locked On Pelicans. Today's episode is brought to you by Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code LOCKEDONNBA for $20 off your first purchase. And of course, thank you for making Locked On Pelicans your first listen today and every day. We are here Monday through Friday, the #1 Pelicans podcast covering everything you want to know about this Pelicans team. So please subscribe wherever you get your podcasts and join over 11,000 Pelicans fans on YouTube as well. Become an everydayer. That means you listen Monday through Friday to Locked On Pelicans. And if you're an everydayer, let me know what you think about the trade down below. And don't forget, you can catch us on the Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment Network, the same place you watch your Pelicans play every day, every weekday at 10:30 a.m. So let's get into the trade here. And look, I'm going to not pass judgment on the trade yet. It's probably riskier than personally I would have done, but I see their logic. I see their vision. I'll explain it to you, but then we're going to look at the risks too. You know, one of the things that I think is a little silly to do is draft grades right after the fact, right? We've never seen any of these players play in the NBA. You know, we can look back at draft grades for years and you're like, that didn't work out because you don't know anything yet. It's impossible to actually judge any sort of move for a little while. And that's going to be the same for the Pelicans here. A risky trade, admittedly, moving up from 23 to 13. So here's the trade. The Pelicans traded the 23rd overall pick along with their next year's first round pick. It's a swap with the Bucks. Basically what it means is they're trading next year's first round pick. They will not have a first round pick in the next draft to move up 10 spots to select Derek Queen at number 13 overall. There were a bunch of draft day trades that involved moving up. We'll look at what it took to do that too. This is kind of in line with them, but not quite, right? One thing to keep in mind with this is, you know, as much of the risk as there is, if Derek Queen works out, none of the rest of the trade matters.
Exactly.
Give it up next year's pick. If Derek Queen works out, even if the Pelicans aren't good next year, doesn't matter. If Derek Queen becomes an all-star, this trade is fine and honestly a good move. It's as simple as that, right? You're going to judge this based on the results.
I think Derek Queen is one of the can't miss prospects in the damn draft this year.
And we won't have those results for a little while. If Queen works out, none of the rest of anything about this matters. So why did the Pelicans do this in what is considered a risky or reckless trade? And this was Joe Dumars identifying a player he wanted and going out and getting him. And Joe Dumars said in his post-draft media availability, you know, when you have a chance to get foundational pieces like this, you got to do what you can to go and get your guy. And that's essentially what the Pelicans did. You know, on Locked On NBA Big Board's Big Board, they had Jeremiah Fears at 4 and Derek Queen at 9. The Pelicans just got 2 top 10 players in what's considered a good draft.
Gonna be good.
That's why they did this trade.
Floor,
this was a guy that they thought fit. Like, this is a player they really want to have on the team. So they went out and they got him. And you've long heard me say, if you're an everydayer, if there's someone you want, you're going to need to overpay a little bit. Good. So go and get your guy. Now, the Pelicans might have paid too much. We'll break that down a little bit later. But they identified someone they wanted, think that guy can be an all-star, and then they went out and got him. It's kind of as simple as that. Right? They identified who they wanted. They were going to be aggressive to remake the roster and not just be complacent and do something else that they could do. Right? That's what this is about. Them identifying a player that they like, that they think is going to be really good in the NBA, that they think fits with Jeremiah Fears, fits with Zion Williamson, and they went out and made it happen. Simple as that. You know, whether you like the trade or not, there's something to be said for a team at least having some sort of vision, whether that vision's good or bad, and executing on it. And that's what the Pelicans tried to do here. So I get why they kind of made this move. They're viewing it as, okay, if Queen's as good as we think he is, who cares about the pick next year? This guy's worth that sort of thing. You know, even if that pick is top 5 next year, could be, they're going to say, well, we think Derek Queen's a top 5 player and we've had him in our building for an extra year. That's more valuable to them with that. You know,
oh man, so the other day on my live stream, we were talking about how everyone wants to be a streamer nowadays. A decade ago, the jokes was always about dudes always having links in their bios for their mixtapes, but that's been replaced with links to Twitch accounts, man. Even famous rappers have been thinking about hopping into the streamer world after seeing the income that these dudes be bringing in.
Stop doing music, I'm sorry, streaming.
For real? No, don't do that. Then they're gonna blame me.
We can swap lives all.
No.
We'll start making music, you stream.
Don't do that. They're gonna.
I think I'm gonna stop streaming.
No, don't do that. They're gonna get mad at me.
Wait,
please.
hold on, yeah.
No, they're gonna kill us.
This looks bad.
No, please.
I want to just start streaming. Cause y'all live like a cool life. Crazy. We live a crazy life.
Man, I seen this shit coming from. I seen it coming from a million miles away. I seen the streamer revolution. That's why I hopped off of podcasting, but I'm realistic enough to know that because I just enjoy doing this shit, but I'm realistic enough to know that it's a young man's game. You know what I mean? In order for only the youth are going to follow somebody enough to get them rich, if that makes any sense. Only the youth are going to it's the same thing with music. You know what I mean? Only the youth. I'll use young boy for an example. Only the youth will go to their favorite artists and just play their playlist without listening to make them successful. You know what I mean? Only the youth will sit and watch a streamer for 10 hours straight. You know what I mean? That's just things that youth have the time for. They have the energy for. They put energy into the things that they like more than older people do, for obvious reasons. Lives. And for another reason, it's a lot of, in older people's heart, there's a lot of, I'm just going to use the broad statement, hate. I'm not saying that they hate people, but there is a sense of I'll use being an older guy that makes music for an example. There is a sense of this person is doing things that I wanted to do at one point in my life, and I had to give that up to have life. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna I'm not going to put anything into this person. You know what I mean? The moment the masses knew that clicks and views are currency, they started treating it like that. You know what I mean? They started treating it like I'm paying this motherfucker for clicking this shit. And time is money, and older people, time can be more valuable. So I'm not taking that part away, but there is still something to that why younger people are more successful with certain things than older people do. Fan base.
Teach me the streaming game.
All right, look. So look, right here, you see this number?
Yeah.
Usually, like, card number be like.
And it's dead. The streaming shit is now dead. It's dead because the same thing that happened with, he mentioned the mixtape game. The same thing happened with that is everybody want to do it now. Whether they got a passion for it, whether they got a love for it, or whatever. Now people want to do it strictly because they feel it's a easy way to make money. They can sit back and become famous and make money off of being famous, as opposed to having a genuine love interest for creating content and connecting with people. So it's dead now. It's dead now. The moment the masses cross over into something, it's the beginning of the end for it. You know what I mean? Same thing happened with podcasting. The moment everybody got a podcast is the moment that the game was over.
This right here. Card number will be this, right? And then the hat. No. Like that'll be the sub count, right? And every 100 subs is $600. So you divide it by 100 times 600. And that's just 1 month plus ads. So we're gonna make like 1.5 in a month.
Let me see. Do the calendar.
I don't think a lot of the rappers have what it takes to retain the audience in the streaming game. I don't think they have what it takes. Personality wise.
Probably get like 5 to 10K.
Divided by 100 equals times 600. Plus ads, that's probably gonna be 25K. Yeah. I've been on 14 days. Yeah. This your sign to start streaming, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Sign. It's
your
my sign.
Yeah.
I got you.
Now we had this situation where Young Miami was being clowned for being on Twitch, but people were picking on her for having 0 views. Peep this real quick.
Rocking with it, That's a good angle. Ain't nobody on there, Brandon. He says 0 views. No, he got 27 followers. Oh, we talking to ourselves. No, I know where you at. Outside.
I think YouTube, live YouTube, it would be more for somebody like Young Miami. I think that YouTube would be a better streaming platform for her because she already has a Carisha Please audience already. So I think that that would be a better platform for her for streaming. She don't know that the Twitch audience is anti people like her. That's what she not understanding. So she now has to bring her audience from Instagram and YouTube over to Twitch in order to be successful. So now you got to get them to download another app, use another service that's away from what they already using, which is mostly Instagram.
What's up, boo? Thank you. What's up, boo?
But in actuality, she was on this dude's profile right here, not her own actual Twitch page. So that's why none of her fans were watching her while she was on Twitch, because they just ain't know. But yeah, though, everyone is intrigued with this idea of becoming a streamer. But the bad thing about this trend is that, of course, the people who are falling off and looking for new attention, new methods, are trying their best to infiltrate like Krishan Rock. Peace some clips from my live stream where we talk about this situation right here, dog. Last year was such a beautiful year because we didn't see this monster was not on our timeline all day, every day last year. This ruthless, toothless little lady, all right? Because we had actually talented people popping out last year when we had a rap beef, and that took over media. But now I don't know what's going on this past couple weeks. I don't know what's going on. Every single blog has been posting and talking about Krishan Rock.
Most
one of the worst
Mark,
things that happened is she has been trying to infiltrate the streaming world. And these streamers need to keep her ass far the fuck away. They don't understand what they're doing to themselves. But they are inviting
Mark. I agree with that.
into their world, dog. And it's already popping off. Like we seen how she was last couple years ago. The first time I believe she was on the live stream, that was with Castanet. Like peep this shit right here, how she was moving on the stream with Castanet. Just no decorum at all. None. Zero, zilch, nada.
I don't mind. I kind of like the fact that she's infiltrating streaming because we can see the train wreck and the decline real time.
Yeah, because this is a little...
Whoa,
my bad, Chad.
Whoa. Baby, you put a hole in my wall.
You rich, you can fix it.
God, you just put a hole in my wall.
And just gonna say you rich, you can fix it. And Blueface just there. Just there. Ain't got no control of this damn beast. Put that motherfucker on a leash, man. Goddamn.
God, you just put a hole in my wall.
What's that right there? That's a video here?
I had a drunkie once. I ain't gonna lie. I had a drunkie, yo. That shit is fucking draining.
And she laughing.
Yeah.
What game?
It's a custom game.
Alright, so Kyle was pissed the hell off. But that was the last time that she was trying to infiltrate the streaming world by just doing a feature, you know, just trying to pop up on the live stream with Kyle and that. But now it's more...
Yeah, it's funny. The rappers at one point in time, they were trying to use the streamers in order to like do rollouts and stuff like that. And they found out the streamers are making more money than them, and now the rappers want to be streamers. I like T Grizzly's. I like T Grizzly's transition into streaming because it seemed like it was from the heart. He's a genuine gamer, and he had people follow him because he was actually doing something. He was gaming. You know what I mean?
Characters coming into the stream universe, and she's falling off, but she's trying to find a way to attach her way back into it, and that's when she popped up at the streamer prom. Now, the streamer prom, we went over the situation where her homegirl DJ Sky stole Talil's bottle, and that was a wild situation right there.
Take the whole bottle and leave.
I didn't take the bottle and leave.
Oh yeah, the reaction channel. That's I'm Stacy. Stacy spelled Staacie. Yeah, I'm Stacy. He's one of my favorite reaction channels. And I check main man out pretty much every day. Florida kid.
Area 29, Houston!
The whole bottle you splashed.
No, I didn't take the bottle.
Where the bottle at?
It's around.
Where?
Got an attitude, but I'm clueless on you. And I'm tired too, and it's tired too, I'm about to move. So
Nah, Chad. She took the bottle. Can we come back in?
bro, we just gonna end the stream.
But my am I stream right here? That's it. Chat, she took the bottle. What the?
But then there was more things going on, said Small beyond that point. This girl right here, Wendy, she's cool with DDG. Now DDG and Krishan, they're cool as well because of DDG's friendship with Blueface. So he's cool with her. He's cool with her. But this girl right here is cool with DDG, like I just said, and she said this right here, and this set Krishan off.
The dress Krishan Rock is going?
That's what they're saying.
Krishan Rock? I'm scared. I'm gonna run away from her.
Girl, okay, she's a sweetheart in real life, but why would she say she's scared of me? You know how petty that is, though, bro?
It's not petty. I don't blame no girl that don't like fighting for not wanting to be around her. Come on now.
Like, last thing I need is a person with a platform that's pretty saying they're scared of me. Like, girl, chill out, bro. You don't have to clip farm.
The dress.
All right, so that was that. But then she went even further to say things like this right here. Low-key threatened to fight the damn girl. Threatened to fight someone that just said he scared of you. Like, what's this? He's trying to, what that?
Wendy, you do not look better than me. See, I know a couple. Y'all is not down. What's wrong with these people? They're literally trolling. Bro, even with the two.
Shorty don't even look good no more, for real.
Because long ass nose, huh?
Man, the baddie franchise, as far as like
them big ass filler, like she just baked in her face. I can't see me in a fade.
her,
I can't see me in a fade. And it's no filter. I did this on purpose. Face structure and all, your side profile, nothing. Oh, you got a little clout.
Krishan is not, she not
That
cute no
won't fade
more.
me. Keep running.
She lost it.
I don't know if I like Wendy doing that shit though.
Wendy's burnt out for that because she knows.
White, right? And don't let that DDG. He can't protect you, bro.
That's her brother or something.
I don't know. I think that's why she.
That
feel
was
like
India's date. That DDG was India's
but
date.
it's just certain hang out with certain niggas and she think, you know. Hey, who qualified you?
Homie says she also saw her. I'm sorry, homegirl Maria says she also saw her at the prom and said let's get away. So Wendy seen Krishan at the prom and said let's get away from Krishan. I mean, do you blame her though? I get how embarrassing it can be to put it on camera, to say it on camera. That may be an intrusive thought, or you may text somebody around like, let's avoid being around her. So maybe that's disrespectful if that did happen. I believe you, Maria. I believe you. But I'm not trying to be around this goddamn girl my damn self, and I'm a man.
Exactly.
A big ass man. I ain't trying to be around that damn girl. Okay, so quick update, dog. Why the hell this girl Wendy went on her stream and said this shit right here, entertaining the possibility of fighting Krishan Rock?
Oh
Is it not quite hypocritical? Okay, I understand, like, I should have said I'm scared of her because that gives off like mean vibes, but like if somebody says, like, if somebody were to say, oh, like, I'm like, or as a joke, whatever, serious, like, I'm scared of you, I wouldn't go and get mad at them and show them, like, prove their point. Like, she's just proving my point.
Exactly. But you better don't keep that fighting out your mouth though, because that bitch will come and find your ass.
And even after, guys, after the prom, I literally talked at the club. I don't know if you guys saw the clip. I talked to her at the prom and I was like telling her things, like nice things. And then she still went and proved my point, basically. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. 100K subs. I do a boxing match with Krishan Rock.
You idiot.
But my thinking is they're gonna go like this. It might be a little.
Thank you, my brother, for the opportunity.
GG's, and of course, Krishan heard about the shit, and now she wants to fade.
For Aiden Ross. Thank you, my brother, for the opportunity. Set it up, Aiden Ross. Set it up. Because that enchilada keep playing.
Once again, and I'm going to repeat this until it becomes a thing. Being from Baltimore, I've been around chicks like that for all my life. It is a damn shame that the representatives of the Baltimore woman in the entertainment media field are Krishan Rock, Jess Hilarious, Monique, and Jada Pinkett Smith. Those are the representatives of Baltimore women, and they are absolutely four archetypes of different types of Baltimore women.
Enchilada. She talking about don't wear braids or wig. Bitch, is that racist? Bitch, are you racist? You know Mexicans is racist. You feel me? Something about Mexicans, they don't like black girls because they wish they was black. But it's okay. You enchilada with all those. You need to go get those Botox dissolved. Bye, enchilada.
You're not allowed to call somebody racist that you're having an argument with that never even alluded to your race and that you're throwing bigoted terms at. And this idiot then went on and proved, goddamn, what's the dude name? From down Texas, Sauce Walker. We sitting here telling Sauce Walker, I know nobody called no Mexicans no food, and this idiot sitting here cutting something on some damn enchiladas.
Aiden Ross set that shit up. I'm gonna eat her like an enchilada.
I want to get. Would Krishan Rock actually fight on Brain Risk? Do you guys think she actually would?
It's like them big ass filler. Like she just basic as her face. And Tia, you
That bitch
60 years old. You can't see me in the face.
He's evil. I'm sorry.
What's her Instagram?
Where you want me to?
Now I gotta know someone that. Do we have any mutuals?
I forgot. You're gonna keep running. Okay. So when we see each other at a mutual, what do you want to say?
So yes, Aiden Ross caught wind that Aiden Ross is trying to set up the fight. Wendy, just don't mention this girl. What the hell is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? All right, man. To piece some more things from my live stream because it did not end there. Watch this real quick. She has now switched her attention towards DDG's little sister.
Shorty don't know how powerful it would have been not to ever mention her again and ignore that shit. She don't know how powerful that shit would have been.
Well, DDG's little sister's boyfriend, because he himself also said that he was afraid and didn't want no smoke with Rick Rashawn. This is what she was saying to TT's boyfriend, DDG's little sister. Mind you, she's cool with DDG.
You's a bitch. You're the bitch in the relationship. If anybody asking to sign the prenup, TT will be asking you, can you sign the prenup? You're the bitch. So, all that fake love shit that you was showing that stream of prom, you're a bitch. Of course you'll be like, you're scared of me. Only say that because I'm really that, and I'm really pretty in real life, and I really got that good, yeah. You talking about that crash out, Kunta Kinte, what are you talking about? Of course.
Listen to what she think her value is. She's pretty and she got good. Come on now, man. The beginning of the end is near. The end is near.
Of course a ass nigga like you would say something with your pretty ass, nigga. You her lap dog. Don't come over here, bro. On Crip, nigga. I have some real niggas that check your weird ass. So yeah, be scared, nigga. So when I see you, keep that same energy, bro. Straight up. We're not doing this with no pretty little looking ass, female looking ass nigga, bro. Real shit.
Alright, if y'all wondering what she responded to, peep this shit real quick.
You think I'm finna get on Krishan's bad side? The interaction we had was solid. Okay?
That boy said, Hey, bro, if she bite you, you need a shot.
I like the stance all these streaming niggas is taking. And I like the fact that they exist. It gives you a different type of young man that ain't worried about the streets, fronting like the streets, talking about switches, all that dumbass shit that became popular. I like these niggas, man. They ain't on no bullshit. If they on any bullshit, it's for whatever little clout chasey things they do within the streamer world, but it ain't no bullshit.
You need to get tested. Blood touch blood. Bodily fluids touch your body fluids. You need to get tested.
The
interaction
we had
we
was
definitely
solid.
took it out, and she was a respectable athlete.
I
Yeah,
met Krishan. She was cool as all right. We gonna keep it that way. Okay? Capiche? Y'all, that's on y'all. I can't help y'all with that one. Okay? I can't help y'all with that one. She seemed cool as though to me. She seemed cool. She seemed like a genuine person. I don't think she would have. I think if Wendy never said that, then she would have been chill. You know, so maybe she just took that the wrong way, and that's between them and God. Do not put me in that. Okay?
She put you in it, my boy. Now, Big Larry said, nah, Krishan trying to make him the ball, calling him the bit. Kia said these streamers are dangerous. They all get behind one narrative and push it whether it's true or not. Yeah, that can be dangerous. I see this girl Samaya, she's crying and things of that sort because they're pushing a narrative about her being a little pass around in the streaming community because she's doing a lot of collaborations with different dudes. So I can understand that point. But Krishan, I ain't gonna lie, that narrative is set in stone for me before she came to the
exactly. They ain't got nothing to do with no streamers. You got some niggas that ain't worried about whatever clout they could possibly get about having her around. They not worried about it, so they being real about the situation. I don't want her around. And they actually being nice about it, just talking about I'm scared of her. Really need to be like, I don't want that raggedy ass, wild ass bitch around.
streaming community. She's a problem. She's a problem. That don't mean that Blueface ain't a problem too. I think it was the perfect equation together. Both they had problems. And that's the reason both of them ended up in jail. Because they don't need to be around each other. Just chaos on top of chaos. Now, to continue pushing, DDG ended up again catching wind of the situation and responding to Krishan beefing with his peoples.
What is going on, bro? What's going on? Hold on. What's going on?
If anybody asking to sign the prenup, TT will be asking you, can you sign the prenup? You're the
What the? Hey, now I'm gonna ask one of my mods. Is it a delay? If it ain't a delay, everybody that's saying delay, time out.
So, all that fake love that you was showing that streamer prom, you're a of course you'll be like, you're scared of me. Only say that because I'm really that, and I'm really pretty in real life, and I really got that good, yeah.
Whoa! Video still delayed?
Sign the prenup. TT will be asking you, can you sign the prenup? You're the so all that fake love.
I gotta give me a bomb sound, but I gotta research and get me one that's different than the one they
You're
use.
scared of me. Only say that because I'm really that, and I'm really pretty
Actually, I
in
like
real
my-
life, and I really got that good, yeah.
I like my click
You
click
talking about
boom
that
better.
Crash out. Kunta
Whoa!
Kinte. Shazam.
Crash out Kuta Kinte. What's going on, bro? What did Aries do?
What are you talking about? Of course a ass like you would say something with your pretty ass.
Whoa!
Shazam.
God, that nigga pretty. But is that a compliment or is that like...
You her lap dog. Don't come over here, bro. On Crip, nigga.
He only like pretty boys.
Shazam.
No.
She mad 'cause
No,
she probably mad 'cause the nigga ain't
What's
want her.
going on? Why she banging on him now? What happened?
I have some real that check your weird ass. So yeah, be scared. So when I see you, keep that same energy, bro.
Whoa.
Straight up. We're not doing this with no pretty little looking ass, female looking ass, bro. Real.
What is going on? What did I miss?
I apologize.
Bona D,
Alright?
what's good?
What's up, my boy?
I'm so sorry.
Good
That
boy.
was never my intentions.
That's a good boy.
I was just trying to make a funny joke and stuff like that. You feel what I'm saying? That's my fault. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
They can't see you because of the.
So y'all
green
peep,
screen, and you
little
have-
sis in the background telling her boyfriend, why the f you apologizing for her calling you a bitch? But as a man, you can't win that. You can't win that. It's either you just shut up or keep it pushing and keep it pushing. That you can't win no argument with no lady online. The fuck?
All you said is you scared. She called you a you shouldn't be sitting there apologizing. You apologize. She said you and that you don't wear the pants in a relationship and that this. You didn't say all that. She said all that. What are you apologizing
Well, I mean, sometimes you gotta just apologize sometimes, cause maybe you said some.
WTT. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, like, I seen a few clips, and I think, I like to have very unbiased opinions on these situations.
They do seem like
right?
a bitch in a relationship, though.
I think definitely Krishan is jumping the gun a little bit.
You think?
But I think where everything is coming from fan bases. She feel like she getting overly attacked because of fans saying shit, but she not actually paying attention to what the actual creator is saying.
That may be a thing.
So she responding like she responded. Right?
No.
That's a fair take.
No, it's not a fair take. Her reputation is preceding her. That's exactly what the term means. When your reputation is out in front of you, good or bad, whatever your reputation is, but people are going to respond to that reputation. And what you have put on wax so far. And what Krishan Wax has put on wax so far is, if she around a chick long enough, she's going to turn on her and then she's going to try to beat on her. If you a dude and you say something she don't like, some shit she misinterpreted, she's going to try to fight. She's going to try to fuck your situation up. So with that being said, it has nothing to do with none of that. Her reputation is preceding her, and none of them streamers want them fucking her shit and fucking they shit up.
Take. That's just what it is.
All right, that may be a thing. Now, TT has gone to speak on the situation, all right? TT has had a little breakdown as far as her perspective of Krishan cussing out her boyfriend. Once again, this is Diddy G's little sister, and that's the dude who's getting cussed out by Krishan. And this is what she got to say.
Oh yeah, she did threaten you, didn't she? And said she was gonna fight you when she seen you, or something like that.
All right, this what Shorty got to do for real. She kind of got to stay out of it because Krishan would take the approach that a quote unquote real nigga would take. And what a real nigga would do is, if he's into it with a chick and her boyfriend put her mouth into it, pause, you beat on the boyfriend because you ain't gonna hit a chick. So Shorty the one that gotta watch out. And Krishan, she's headed for a lawsuit at some point in time. Back to jail in a lawsuit at some point in time. It's that simple. For putting her hands on somebody.
I don't think I got that far into the clip. I don't know. That's what I heard though. That's what people were saying.
How do you don't want nobody to be scared of you, right? You don't want to have that masculine energy, but then you go on the internet and act like a boy. Only niggas do that. only niggas sit there and
Let
be
me take that back.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Let me take it back. Shorty cooking. And that's how you cook against her. That's how you cook against her. girls don't need to be fighting anyway. Like, I have never in my life used a chick's fighting skills and the fact that she beat on chicks as any attractive quality towards me liking her. Honestly, a chick don't have to know how to fight. If she learns how to fight, it should be to defend herself, not to be an aggressive attacker. That's how you handle her.
Beat you up when I see you. Pretty girls don't fight. Okay,
Exactly.
Pretty girls don't sit there and talk about fighting. That's just like
pretty girls in the chat. Pretty girls in the chat. Do y'all be fighting? Pretty girls in the chat. Let me know if y'all be fighting.
it's nonsense. You can't act like that and expect people to respect you as a woman.
Said girl to
That's just
girl.
not how it works.
It's all right.
Oh yeah, she did. I know. She says she loves me, but you can't. Thank you.
Born the Diva say on crib. Come on now.
Thank you. You can't gas me up and then call my man a. That's just not how life works. That's not how I move. You can't talk about him and be cool with me. If you're not cool with him, then you're not cool with me. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. And I don't know what she expected out of that because you disrespected me when you disrespected him. He didn't call you a bitch. You called him a bitch. So
See, I'm nice. I'm just a cool guy. I don't bother nobody.
W Bay Rose with the tier 1.
I can't do nothing. I can't.
I know she's sending someone after him. She said that. Cause shit, I got somebody for her too.
Oh God.
She charging her man up though on a streaming tip.
If she said that, if she didn't, then I don't have anybody. But if she did say that, then I do have somebody.
Oh no. Wow. Like Krishan, the type of person, she don't hear nothing but negativity. Her mind filters through.
He's absolutely right.
The necessary logical message, and she just only hears the negative shit. That's all she gonna hear throughout this entire thing. Oh, you got somebody for me? Oh, it's time to fight. That's all she gonna hear.
That's just. She had men to handle him. Man, Aries can't get handled. He do the handling.
W girlfriend, huh?
Yep.
She's sending someone after him. The thing I just don't understand is how wouldn't you take that as a joke?
Especially
She was just on a show where she beat people up. It's like, you get what I'm saying? And then they make a joke of, oh, I'm scared because she knows how to fight.
Hey, that is reasonable though. That is reasonable. Like, she does beat people up. That's what I know her as doing. She always whooping ass for very little reasons. She's an untamed beast. Toothless and ruthless.
That should be a compliment. Well, I don't understand.
Hey, you can't.
Hold on for a second.
Be scary and then be mad when people say they scared. Especially when we joking. I fear no man. I fear God.
For sure.
You know? But it is what it is. Bills get paid at the end of the day. At the end of the day. At the end of the back,
No. You said you mix your water.
That's because I'm trying to get the ice to circulate through the whole temperature. You ain't got no ice. Your shit warm. You know what I'm saying?
I grew up with girls like Krishan. I grew up with girls like Krishan, man. 3 o'clock every day, fighting at the green stove, gas station. Every single day, fighting. They barely was in school because they was suspended. They'll come to school, they'll be there probably like 3 to 4 days, find some new beef. They'll catch a fade, and then they'll be gone for another 7-day suspension. Like, I grew up with girls like them all the damn time. Menace to society.
You's a bitch.
Menace to society, dog. Hey, man. Streamers, please be careful. keep Krishan far, far away. If you guys want to have some peace. The streaming world, yeah, they be having these light beefs and stuff, but it's not usually all this crazy negative energy. Yes, it sometimes be some weird storylines. I gotta
keep her dumb ass out of that shit, man.
give it to her.
Keep her dumb ass out of it. Exposing Tracy McGrady, Gilbert Arenas lies.
At the 5th pick to the Utah Jazz, Arias Ace Bailey, baby.
I ain't never seen somebody so sad to get drafted.
And they doubled down. Well, I guess we'll move on. But Danny Ainge, you the GOAT.
Jaqueen on the super chat said, "Man, start off with that goofy that skip all beans just to go to Utah." Hey, man.
He said, "I want to play in the East Coast." But you said you so far west.
Don't you worry, buddy.
Don't even worry about it.
Get your jacket ready. You will be at Utah Jazz.
But
for
the
show.
Utah, actually, they damn near was number 2 to me in the draft, first round. They got 2 quality players, so Danny Ainge came up.
I did.
Now, listen, before the draft, they had some rumors going on talking about Utah had presented the Celtics with a crazy deal for Jaylen Brown. And I saw what they drafted. I said, boy, if that's what they was offering, that's a hell of a stimulus they was trying to be on. But I ain't mad at Utah, man. I don't care what you say. Ace, come hoop, bro. And it's the perfect organization for you right now.
You gonna get the hoop?
Man.
That's what he want, really, ain't it?
No.
Jaylen Brown would have been so
I mean, he gonna get the
pissed
hoop. That
if
ain't what
they
he
sent him to
wants.
Utah. Lord,
Yeah, but that's what I was
that would have
gonna
been
say.
some
Like
bullshit.
when you make it to the NBA,
Austin
bro,
to
the biggest
Utah?
thing is that they got banks in every
Like,
city.
to Whiter?
So you gonna be able to go to the bank.
Boy,
You
that
gonna
would've
get to
been
have fun.
nasty,
You
bro.
not there that long. You there for 6-7 months at most.
Bro, lock in.
You gonna go home.
Yeah. Oh, you're going home. 'cause
Yeah,
you ain't
you're
making
going
the
home
playoffs.
early. You're never making the playoffs. So you're going home.
Lock in with that 82.
You'll be back in Atlanta, Miami very soon.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead and get your game right. Hoop, play. And it's probably the best for you, bro.
Yes.
Like, no disrespect to the people he got around him, not his parents or nothing like that. I don't know the dude like that, but
He should.
you
Out of
need
any
to
of the
keep
top teams, teams at the top of the draft, he gonna get the most usage in Utah for real.
the main thing. Like, bro, go make Utah pop. Like, do what Donovan Mitchell did.
Yeah.
He had it lit in Utah. They was going to the playoffs. They was winning. Nobody cared. He got his own shoe. He got all that shit in Utah. Then he left.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Like,
He handled his business first, though.
and then left.
Yeah.
Bro.
You got 7 years, champ. Make the most of it. Get you an all-star bid. Have some crazy stats. Do your thing, bro. Make it your own.
And it's a privilege to be in the NBA. Like, before you know it,
Teague brother, some cool dudes.
bro, that shit be over. And if you go there and trash, it's a lot of people that was top 10 picks, bro,
And I ain't make it.
that didn't play long.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah,
With
bro.
bigger names. Like, we all know. All them stars.
Number
Anthony
one pick.
Bennett was the number 1 pick.
Number 1 pick, bro.
Played 3 years.
In fact,
Like-
take it even back to Kwame Brown.
Don't
Come
take it
on.
for granted, bro. Lock in.
Yeah, bro.
It's the best city for him.
Especially with the people around him.
Straight
Everybody
basketball. Yeah, straight
Chill,
basketball.
I just need to chill.
Ain't no rah-rah. Let Ace go hoop. They on the team looking. They trying to get AJ next year. So you can go do whatever you want to out there. They're going to probably move more pieces because they trying to, you know what I'm saying, secure that number 1 pick. I see what Danny Ainge is building, boy. You
Yeah,
start off with Ace and
AJ.
AJ. That's nasty.
That's a nasty duo.
They keep on saying, see, that's the type of stuff that make it seem like the NBA draft might be rigged and shit. Well, no, because they kept on talking about, oh, Utah gonna get the number 1 pick and Cooper Flag gonna go there. Now they talking about Utah gonna get the number 1 pick and AJ gonna go there because AJ played high school in Utah and he's going to BYU. But that does not automatically mean Utah gonna get the first pick and he's gonna go there.
But you gotta chill though.
Yeah.
Lock in, bro.
Like the fact that you was
If AJ DeBonta ends up in Utah, the draft is definitely rigged, and what you got to do is you probably got to kick up a billion. You probably got to kick up $1 billion to get the automatic first pick.
like disappointed when they called your
Made
name.
the NBA, bro. You've been thinking about that your whole life, bro. You should be hyped.
At 5.
I don't care what team you on.
Top 5 pick, brother.
Be lit.
Because I don't think people realize, like, just because you go to Washington, I mean, it's a preference, right? I want to live on the East Coast, blah, blah, blah. My parents can see me.
Mm-hmm.
They fly everywhere. But you're not going to be a bigger star just because you went to Washington or
That's a fact.
Brooklyn. Them markets ain't
Yeah,
fire
that's what they
either.
say. That's what they say, Mark.
It's the reason why people left those markets.
They sad
don't go
too.
there.
They say that
too.
Patrick
Yeah, 'cause
Ewing,
I was trying to figure out what the
Patrick
real
Ewing
motive
draft
was.
was
Just
red.
gonna be at home. That's all.
Yeah,
that
East
New York, that New York can get
Most
back.
definitely, man. Shout out to Ace Bailey, man. Hopefully he can go to Utah and show how special he really is, man. All the BS aside, you made it. Congratulations, man. And Utah going through a lot, man. But hey, you can bring him back, man. You and AJ. All you gotta do is take one more year. That'd be special.
You
Years to
better
come.
go out there
You gonna
and
stand
learn
you
from
and
Jordan
AJ like it's
Clarkson on how
automatic.
to move around in Utah because he don't seem like he want to leave. He signing extensions. He cool.
He chilling.
And that's one thing about going to an organization like that. If you go there and embrace it and average 20 points, bro, they gonna max you out because they know don't nobody want to come here. It ain't never gonna be a fight. Like,
come on, bro. Go tap in, bro. Secure your legacy. You got 7 years.
you can average 17. They gonna be like, yeah, let's give them the max.
Utah.
Jordan Clarkson, like, I'm gonna keep this job, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Ugh.
No,
we talk about Jordan Clarkson every year going to help another team.
he's
good,
never
come back.
he's never requested a trade.
Keep this.
I'm gonna keep coming back.
JB here, I'm celebrating here. I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all know how I roll. Shout out to JC. I just didn't know your situation,
Look,
bro.
the moment,
But
Gordon Hayward left, bro.
Yeah.
Even though he picked up some bags on the way, it's just
Went downhill though, but
it did. That
he
boy,
was
that
loved
boy
there,
picked
bro.
up some chicken though.
Man, you definitely got the bags,
That
but I
boy,
would,
that boy
All-star max deal. Come on. He went to Utah and tapped in.
I would have never left.
Yeah, because they would have gave him that.
Darren
tempo.
Williams, the moment he left,
Oh yeah, it got wicked. Freaky D.
just stay out there, bro. He would have been a legend. He been bigger than John Stockton, bro.
Dang, bro. And they fired the OG for him too.
Would have been bigger than John
All
Stockton.
right, man. At number 6, our boy Trey Johnson to the Wizards. Turn up.
He called that.
Yeah.
He knew where he wanted to go.
Oh man, so 12 hip hop's biggest hit makers are at odds in regards to their outlook on how you should end your career or leave gracefully at some point in time, and that is T-Pain and Drake. Alright, now T-Pain said some things, and now we're hearing a response from Drake, and Drake feels like it's coming from a place of resentment. Hold on tight, we'll get close to that. Now we've seen this similar situation between two of hip hop's greatest lyricists, two dudes in my top 5.
This is funny. This is funny right here because this plays into the post I made about I put money on Drake going country. This plays right into it because I think he feel hip hop pushing him out, or at least anything street adjacent, blackety black pushing him out. So this plays right into that.
That is Lil Wayne and Andre 3000. So Andre 3000 spoke about rapping at an older age and feeling like he ain't got nothing to say anymore, so he rather just not do it if he isn't saying anything meaningful. Lil Wayne disagreed with that.
I read a depressing quote or two from someone that I respect a lot in music, in hip hop period, and music period, and they would ask, like, why you ain't been doing, music or whatever. And they was like, man, like, what I'm gonna talk about? It was like, like, when I'm gonna talk about, I'm in my 40s.
It actually feels, sometimes it feels inauthentic for me to rap because I don't have anything to talk about in that way. Like, I'm 48 years old, and not to say that age is a thing that dictates what you rap about, but in a way it does. And like, things that happen in my life, like, what are you talking, like, I gotta go get a colonoscopy? Like, what do you...
I understand what he's saying, because just like it takes me like motivations and shit, like shit happening for me to like make music. I'm not comparing myself to none of these great artists or anything like that, but I'm just saying, as a person that makes music in my older years, well, one of the things I started when I was a little bit younger was aging my music, and I was actually aging a lot of the subject matter beyond what I was doing. Like, I literally was like making what's the way to explain it? Positioning myself in the music as an older guy. Let's put it like that, as an older guy.
I was like, wow, wow, that was so different. Like I have everything to talk about.
No, you don't,
I feel like
man.
that's why you gotta stay in it though too. I feel like you can't be
But what did you talk about on your album, though, Wayne?
too far removed.
I also thought that may be a downfall by staying in it, because you may, at our age, you may hear what's going on and feel like I'm so out of that I ain't about to drop nothing. I'm not about to. So you probably, so that's why I say I don't listen. Just go in my little hole.
It's true to you though.
Yeah,
And it's just,
I love what I do.
Yeah.
Put it out and swing for the fences, man.
And it's real interesting to hear that coming from Lil Wayne, because my main critique of the Carter 6, outside of not liking the beat selection and the sonics, was that there was no substance. He wasn't talking about nothing. But it is bittersweet. You want to hear your favorite rappers continue rapping and making music. And like I said, these two dudes are in my top 5. But I'm always remember as a kid listening to these lyrics right here from Andre 3000, not knowing that this was going to be reality. On the hit song Rosa Parks, Andre said right here, I met a gypsy and she hit me to some life game to stimulate to activate the left and right brain. Say, baby boy, you only funky as your last cut. You focus on the past, your ass will be a has what? That's one to live by, or either that's one to die. Do I try to just throw it at you? Determine your own adventure, Andre. So right there, the gypsy's telling him, you are only as good as your last song. Okay? So you see he was struggling with this already. And this is in Outkast's prime. So then the gypsy get off the bus, all right? So he says, she got off the bus, the conversation lingered in my head for hours, took a shower, kind of sour, because my favorite group ain't coming with it, but I'm with you because you're probably going through it anyway. But anyhow, when in doubt, went on out and bought it, because I thought it would be jamming, but examine all the flosky, wasky, awfully, sad and it's costly, but that's all she wrote, and I hope I never had to float in that boat. Up shit's creek, it's weak, it's the last quote that I want to hear when I'm going down. When it's all said and done and we got a new joint in town, when the record player get a skipping and slowing down, all y'all can say is them niggas earned their crown, but until then, hush that fuss. But Dre is saying exactly what you about to hear T-Pain say in a second, all right? But it's just essentially, he's reflecting to listen to one of his favorite groups, not wanting to leave the game, but still supporting them and being like, damn, this shit's sad. This shit sucks. It's whack. Being an artist myself, I never want to hear that shit. I never want to hear people saying that, damn, I miss the old you, you know? It's weak is the last quote that I want to hear when I'm going down. So that brings us over here to T-Pain.
The one thing I learned from Drake, and here's the crazy thing. One thing I learned from Drake, but one thing he hasn't followed his own words. Drake said, I want to be one of them people that gracefully bow out and not get kicked out. I have ever since said.
Yeah. Crazy part is, at some of Drake's highest highs, fans, and I've seen it ever since he's been out, fans assumed that at some point in time that Drake was going to transition into the acting game for real. But I think he became so big as a rapper, as an artist, that I feel at this point in time it would be difficult for him to transition into the acting game. Like, we see him too much. Like LL and some of the older rappers, even though they were iconic, and I'll use LL as an example, we didn't see LL as much. So he was able to transition to the acting game. Even though we still seen LL on the screen, we've seen LL more on the screen now as an actor than we did as him being a rapper. At this point, it would be almost impossible to see Drake on a TV screen as an actor or in movies as much as we've seen him in a combination of being a musician, music videos, and being an online presence. So the online presence thing, might be a hindrance into that type of transition at this point in time. Unless you're somebody like Joey Badass, who Joey Badass is a niche artist. Like, he's famous, but he wasn't more famous than he was as coming out as Unique on one show. Like, more people know him as Unique than they know him as Joey Badass, the rapper. It is no way that Drake can play a role and more people going to know him as whatever role he plays then they know Drake as a rapper. So it would be very, very difficult at this time for him to transition. Good thing is he ain't never gonna need no money unless he makes some super duper 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 bad investments. That's the one thing that he don't need to continue his career. He's one of them guys that can just drop out and become an online personality. Like Drake literally could become a streamer. For the simple fact, he got so many people that love him, and he got so many people that despise him. So he will get hate watches just so people can get into the comment section and say evil shit to him that they know he can possibly see. You'll have so many people doing that, and then you'll have, of course, the people that love him that'll run his shit up. So Drake could make more money or just as much money streaming as the rest of these streamers do. And I think that would have to be the type of pivot that he would do if he wanted to still be in the public eye. That would be more of a pivot that he could do as opposed to acting at this point.
You really Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all when I drop. Don't worry about it. I'll just drop something.
Yeah, most definitely, Mark. The irony that he was Jimmy when he first started rapping. Definitely, that's why people assumed that he would transition back into acting at some point in time.
Let me know if you heard it. Yeah. Drake is like, no, listen, okay, I got another one. Hold, check this out. Check this out. Y'all didn't like that one? Okay, real quick, just one more. Let me try one more. And then he's the person that he said, he didn't want to be. And I learned that from him. Like when he said that, I want to gracefully bow out and not get kicked out. I was like, you know what? I'm out this bitch.
This is live shows now.
I'm out this motherfucker. I'm not trying to impress y'all niggas. Y'all niggas don't give a fuck if I live or die. Yeah. Why the fuck would I keep trying to impress y'all niggas?
Most definitely.
I'm done. I did everything that I was trying to do. I changed the game. I made a sound. What else?
He's a child star charge. Because what has happened over the last 25 years is that the general public has become whores. And when I say the general public has become whores, is that it don't matter. It became a thing is it don't matter how you got it as long as you got it. So once Drake got it, he became undeniable to a lot of people because he had it at that point in time.
What else?
You literally can't. It's only even if you make a hit today, it
won't even. That's just normal.
Meaning authenticity don't matter.
Yes,
it's just normal. It's like, yeah, that's okay.
Well, shit.
Cool song.
So he was cooking. He was cooking. And I think at this point in time, when it comes for Drake in his particular situation, I think Drake has proven himself as an artist. And I believe he can't continue to release music because his fans have been conditioned to expect a certain type of quantity from him. And that's what they want. And
only thing about Drake bowing out, only thing about him bowing out, he bow out is because of Kendrick. And I'm saying that's what the narrative will always be. Drake got Ja ruled by Kendrick.
That's perfectly fine. But there has been a decline in regards to people wanting more from the subject matter of his music. A lot of people can't relate to his music nowadays, especially pure hip hop fans, in comparison to the way that we used to be able to relate back in the days to early Drizzy. Up until I would say Views or my favorite project from Drake, nothing was the same. I relate to a lot of songs on that album, nothing was the same.
Drake, at this point, Drake needs to come out with his magnum opus. Like he really, if he gonna continue, he has to drop his seminal project. And in order for it to be that, he's gonna have to lay it all on the line. And when I say lay it all on the line, I'm talking about how, the effect of the Kendrick shit, you know what I mean? Everything, you know what I mean? He got to talk about his kid's mother. He got to lay it all on the line, and it has to be slaps within that.
Same. That's the Drake I like. He's not making that no more. And that's perfectly fine. His perspective on life has changed. But the issue is, it seems like he still wants the validation from the people that enjoyed his older music, but you're not feeding us. So the graceful thing to do is not give a damn about the validation and just continue moving on because you have been solidified in the game as far as who you are in your career. Now, in response to what T-Pain had to say, Drake said this right here: "This guy always had resentment for me. You can hear it every time he speaks on my name." And yeah, T-Pain has said some things in the past about Drake before. They said his album in 2011 was held up because of a Drake verse that he never got, or at least he didn't get it in time. And also T-Pain says that Drake and Party Next Door's new album sound like leftovers, alright? But what are the people saying about this right here? Who listen to T-Pain? This nigga career got ended with one Jay-Z song. T-Pain set your bitch ass up. Drake's being forced out and he ain't leaving because he wants the graceful exit. He's literally doing what he said. Drake doesn't need to retire. He needs to rap in his age bracket. He dumbed down his music. That's what I believe. I don't think he needs to retire. I think his fans are
Mark,
here for what he has to say.
Mark, I think that people, it might be some add-ons, but I think people that want him to call it quits are those who ain't really fuck with him in the first place. You know what I mean? I mean, you might have some people with the same sentiments of him saying, you know, since you can't give us the old Drake, we don't want no Drake. But I think for the most part that anybody who's saying call it quits is, you know, they ain't fuck with him in the first place. They don't want to see him no more. And you know, 40 is, I mean, not for somebody who's already been doing it. I can't say 40 is old, but 40 is, you know, 38 is an old rapper. And Drake having a problem transitioning. And it's funny that it seemed like Drake was, or was it Flash? Drake gonna be like that dude from 5 Heartbeats. No, that's Flash. That's Flash you talking about, y'all. Yeah, that's Flash. And that's a kind of like a good comparison. Always trying to keep up with the times. You know what I mean? And that shit looks crazy after a certain point in time. You supposed to be, your marker in time is supposed to be what it is. Like, let's use what Jay-Z and Nas do when they pop back out. You know what I mean? Them being up with the times is them being technologically savvy. Let's just use that for an example. Them being technologically savvy. Them dressing a certain way that's modern, but it's not trying to dress like the YNs. You know what I mean? It's being up to date, but still being yourself. Drake can't do that. And what I was about to say is, it seemed like at one point in time, Drake was transitioning into being like a more mature, more grown artist. I think when he started growing his hair, that's when the downfall talk started. The heart part fresh fade Drake, that was working. You know what I mean? And that's where he should have stayed kind of in the lane. Like, I'm the lover boy. You know what I mean? And then as you get older, I'm the sugar daddy. You know what I mean? That's where he should have went. You know what I mean? And Bruce Wayne was a billionaire playboy until he died. You understand what I'm saying? So playboys, there is no age out for rich playboy. It's just not. There's no age out for it. You just become something different once you become a older playboy. You know what I mean? You either messing with the older baddest chicks, or you some type of sugar daddy to the younger chicks. But you still a player. You still, you know what I mean? That's what happens as you get older, but you still gotta present as that. You can't be crying over 25-year-old chicks when you're 35 on up. You know what I mean? A 25-year-old chick, you're supposed to know that she's a 25-year-old chick, and that's what they do.
depends on what you're saying. But if you are not feeding the people that were fans at the beginning, then you have to accept their criticism and be cool with the results of what you're producing. Hip hop can't afford to lose Drake or any superstars right now. To be fair, Drake continues to exceed expectations. In my opinion, every album gets even more enjoyable. Maybe for you, not for me. T-Pain would be correct if Drake wasn't still dominating, so this just reveals that T-Pain is disconnected or ignorant of the facts. Drake is a huge artist. Drake is a machine in his own right. His numbers are going to always be there in my opinion. I think he's going to have a fan base to feed. But what do you prioritize? Do you prioritize the quality? Do you prioritize hip-hop or do you prioritize numbers? So this conversation is going to be different for everyone based on what you prioritize. Once again, let me wrap this up by saying, dog, Drake can continue dropping as much music as he wants to. And if you are a huge artist, you're gonna have much more opinions about you, period, because more people are just tuned in due to your popularity.
Yep.
So just as you have a lot of positive opinions, you're gonna have a lot of negative opinions as well. It just comes with the territory for being as huge as he is as an artist, you know? But all I would say is just, bro, the issue comes when you care about the validation. Be confident in what you make and move on from that point, bro. Imagine Post Malone still wanted hip hop to be rocking with him after he done said fuck us, you know? He ain't doing that shit. And I'm not saying that Drake has made such a seismic shift that Post Malone made in his career, but
the dude that stole Sydney and House Party 2. I'm not a House Party 2 expert, yo. Like I remember very, very little about House Party 2, Mark. So I'm actually literally gonna have to go back and see what you're talking about. T-Pain had some shit to say about Drake. He was saying that Drake once mentioned gracefully bowing out and he not taking his own advice. That's what I've been kind of reviewing. My man Krev.
I'm back.
Yeah, I needed you to come back, yo, because let's transition back to the list that my man back. Now, there's a few people on here that I gotta highly disagree with. You saying that Chris Brown is kind of over, yo. Few people that came up later on the list. You got Chris Brown over Luther, yo? As an R&B artist?
As an R&B artist?
Yeah.
R&B, strictly R&B?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's close though. Chris Brown whole career been in R&B. Luther kind of flirted with other genres.
I kind of consider him pop when he first came out.
Who,
If you consider Brandy pop was a pop artist, Chris Brown was definitely a pop artist when he first dropped.
His first song was Yo, I don't know your name, but excuse me, miss. I
Very
see you
pop.
from across the room.
Very
and I
pop.
gotta admit that you got my attention. You're making me want to say. That's an R&B song, bro.
That could have been a B2K song, yo.
Still would have been an R&B song.
That I'm remembering the beat and everything. That is definitely pop. Now, with that being said, there's a very thin line between black pop and R&B. Just like a lot of hip hop is pop. You know what I mean? So there is a very thin line, and the reason why people that's considered pop artists are on this list. So with that being said, I can agree with you saying that he's either been R&B or R&B adjacent his whole career. I can agree with that. It's just that Luther got about 4 songs that Chris Brown has yet to touch, yo. He got about 4 that he's yet to touch.
Okay.
Donny Hathaway, and another thing, these two might be the best voices in R&B history, yo. Like in singing history, yo. Between Luther and Donny Hathaway, they might be the at least male voices. They could possibly be considered the best 2 male voices in R&B history. in music history, honestly. Otis Redding, I don't have Otis Redding over either Donny Hathaway or Luther, and I can even say I don't have him over Chris Brown. But let me see the songs they talking about. Let me see. Sometimes Spry and everyone. Okay, he had the original respect. Honestly, if somebody covers your song and it becomes their song, it just ain't your song no more. Now, Otis Redding had the original respect, but if you say respect, you thinking about Aretha Franklin, just like a bunch of Luther songs. Now, Luther is the ultimate cover artist, and I think that's what has him that low on the list because he snatched songs and made them his own, but at the same time, a lot of them songs was somebody else's songs first.
Okay.
Smokey Robinson, Chris Brown's not over Smokey Robinson. Like Smokey Robinson is Motown. And if you're talking about pen game, if you want to talk about pen game, Smokey Robinson is the pen of Motown.
You on the Mount Rushmore?
Al Green, you got Chris Brown and Al Green.
Yes. Al Green got the voice, but Chris Breezy got everything else.
And Al Green got the classics, y'all.
He got the what?
Classics. The slaps. And all right. Breezy kind of hurts himself with them 45 song albums. It's hard for him to make a classic.
I mentioned
Yeah,
that
we talk,
to somebody else when I was debating the shit.
yeah,
He'd
we talk
have legitimate
we talked about it
classic
before.
albums if
you trim them bitches down.
Mm-hmm.
Now I will agree with that 100%. Like I've sat there and tried to listen to some of them joints where he got 30 and 40 songs on it, and it took me deep into it to find some shit that I was like, oh, this is a fucking, like, this could be a classic. Like Chris Brown, I forgot what song it is, yo. It's the one he was doing like some ballet in the video. That was one of the greatest music videos I've ever seen in my life, yo. And the problem is that it was made in the last 5 years where music videos don't count. They don't matter no more, yo. Only thing they matter for now is just to get you in front of the audience so they can see your face. That was a classic video. The Baby might got like two classic videos. Like this shit is crazy, yo. All right.
That
Janet
Chris Brown and Lord Dicky, where they rap about switching each other bodies or whatever. Pause.
I like the whole situation.
That video was tough as shit.
Yeah, it is. It is. So with that being said, saturation kind of messed it up for true artistry. It really has messed it up for true artistry. Like some of them videos would have been like MTV premieres and stuff like that. You remember you old enough to remember when the fucking music videos actually would be premiered and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now they just happen to pop up in your YouTube stream if you follow the damn artist, or it'll be on your DSP video, like if you're watching that shit or something. But the shit is like, I feel bad for the for artists in that round. Janet Jackson.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. She reasonably placed. She might be a
Now
little too high for my taste though.
you said a little too high.
Yeah. I can't really say that Janet Jackson is a top 20 R&B artist of all time. Because honestly, off the top of my head, I can't name a Janet Jackson song.
Anytime, anywhere.
I don't. Maybe if I heard it, but I legit
Anytime.
couldn't name a Janet
Pause.
Jackson.
Anytime in the thunder and rain.
Nope. Any Janet Jackson song that don't pop in my head. The only thing that pop in my head when I think of Janet Jackson is the Chicago House.
Because nobody come around watching us.
She got one of them real nice dark skinned areolas.
You know, anytime, any place, y'all.
She got one of them real nice dark skinned areolas. That's all I remember when I think about Janet Jackson.
Yeah, but you know, anytime, any place. As soon as it come on, as soon as you hear the fucking beat come on, you gonna know exactly what song it is. Trust me. And then going back to her control era, you know what I mean? Mary J. Blige. Chris Brown cannot go above Mary J. Blige as an R&B artist, yo. I'm sorry,
He
yo.
can't.
No, he's not. He's not above her as an R&B artist, yo. I'm sorry, yo.
All right, I ain't even having this debate no more. You telling me no Rhythm Murray? She got slaps, but no Rhythm Murray over Chris Brown?
As an R&B artist, yes, yo. Yes, yo. Yes. Mary J. Blige over Chris Brown as an R&B artist. Yes, yo. Yes. Just off of classic slaps, yo. I'm sorry, yo. Yes.
I disagree, but I respect your opinion.
Isaac Hayes. Yes. Curtis Mayfield. Yes. Sam Cooke. Yes. Usher. What's your take on Usher being where he's at?
About reasonably first.
So he should be above Chris Brown?
He should be right where Chris Brown is. So if Usher 12, Chris Brown should be 13.
Usher still got more classic slaps than Chris Brown. But one thing, hold on, let me finish. One thing I will say is that Chris Brown killed in an era where it has been most difficult for male R&B artists, and that's partly why he got so hip hop.
I think if you slap for slap, Usher got bigger slaps. But Chris Brown got more slaps.
And like I said, that plays into, to me, that plays into Chris Brown's era. He remained dominant, really, as one of the only male singers that remained dominant through an era that was not strong for male R&B singers. Like they wasn't signing the niggas. They wasn't pushing them out to the front. You know what I mean? Like the rappers became the ones that made love songs and shit. So with that and once again, that's part of the reason Chris got so goddamn hip hop. So I'll give Chris Brown all the credit in the world for being exactly that. You know what I mean? Ray Charles, Marvin Gaye, R. Kelly. Now let's see. Now this is our second nexus point right here. It was really our third. Who's above R. Kelly? Now, I just had a motherfucking argument about Marvin Gaye being above R. Kelly.
Nah.
And with that being said, I'm not gonna die on that hill. It's not a hill for me to die on. It's just not. Is R. Kelly above Mariah Carey?
Yes, she a pop artist.
It's still that line, yo. It's still that line. The pop, black pop being
She
adjacent
got
to
one
R&B.
real R&B album, and that's the Emancipation of Mimi. Like, she got one real R&B album. Nah, son, she's a pop star. She's one of the biggest pop stars ever.
She came
One
out
of the
R&B, yo.
biggest, huh?
She came out R&B.
Man, the only R&B album she really got is the Emancipation of Mimi.
Vision of Love. Her very first song was R&B.
And then she transitioned to pop predominantly for the next 15 years.
Her up tempo songs are pop. Yo, you can't say that her ballads are pop, yo. You can't. You can't. So you don't consider Prince an R&B artist then?
Not really, but again, regardless, R. Kelly over Prince. R. Kelly over Prince. Kelly got more R&B slaps and more written slaps that he wrote for people than Prince got.
That last statement, I'll agree with. He has bigger slaps that he penned for other people, but it's not necessary that he has more slaps that he's penned for other people.
Nah, I don't know. But regardless, I'm taking R. Kelly over Prince. This way it get tricky.
Mark say Chris Brown more pop than Mariah.
I disagree 110%, but whatever.
You got R. Kelly over James Brown, yo?
It's where it get tricky. James Brown is, so it's like the progression of the NBA, right? You got niggas that's on the Mount Rushmore because they are the forefathers. They fucking paved the way, right? James Brown paved the way. He is on the Mount Rushmore of R&B artists. That being said, he's not better than Kells.
He has slaps to challenge any of R. Kelly's biggest songs. You want to throw that performance shit in there?
You can.
All right, so we throwing the performance shit in there.
If you throw the performance shit in there, you got to throw the pin game.
All right, pin game. And James Brown beats, like his music, the musicality is partially responsible for hip hop, y'all.
I'm not, again, that will put him firmly on the Mount Rushmore of artists, black artists. Firmly on the Mount Rushmore.
Whitney Houston.
Whitney Hutton is where it starts to get real interesting. I put Whitney Hutton, R. Kelly, and Michael Jackson as my top three.
You said R. Kelly. Who else?
Whitney Hutton. So they got Beyonce number 4. I'm definitely taking Whitney Hutton over Beyonce.
So they saying that Beyonce is the greatest pop star of the 21st century. Like she won, like Billboard named her that.
I'm taking Whitney Hutton over Beyonce. And I'm taking Mike Jack over Beyonce. And I'm taking Kels over Beyonce.
So Michael Jackson number 3. Aretha Franklin number 2. Stevie number 1. That's what I was trying. And that was the actual argument. It was Stevie Wonder versus R. Kelly. It was Stevie Wonder versus R. Kelly.
And that's the crazy thing. Like, I like Stevie. Stevie is goated. Like, goated. Kels over Stevie.
No.
Stevie would have made number 4 on my list.
See, R. Kelly's just not over Stevie, yo. I'm sorry.
Stevie would have made number 4 on my list. I don't give a fuck.
Is I Believe I Can Fly versus the Black Happy Birthday song, nigga. And that's neither one of their best slaps. It's just like their, you know what I mean? That's the Happy Birthday slap gets sung at every black birthday party, and I Believe I Can Fly just out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Just as far as how big the song was. But it's not neither one of their best. Beyonce being the biggest. Oh no, I don't disagree with her being the biggest. With Beyonce being the biggest pop star of the 21st century, because it's metrics to prove that. When you're just talking about biggest, just like Drake is the biggest rapper, you know what I mean? Don't mean he the best or the greatest. He's just the biggest. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it, Mark. The fact that Stevie he just music, yo. Like he's just music personified. And then when we get to like somebody like Stevie or somebody like Prince, like it's the fact, like you can hear a Prince song and he didn't play every instrument on the damn track and shit. Like Mark mentioned that like he penned Magic Monday for the Bengals and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I just can't put Kels, and I'm a Kels greatness supporter, yo. I just can't put him. He's just not over certain artists to me. He's just not over certain. He's just not over certain artists. I don't have a huge problem with this list, and one of them is one of the reasons I don't have a huge problem on this list is these lists are actually really difficult to really bring together. They're difficult, and you're gonna miss. You have more misses on these lists at the bottom halves of these lists. You'll have more misses that should be higher than you do in the top, but they not misses if the people on the top belong there. But like shit like this, yo, shit like this Frank Ocean shit, yo, I'm not feeling that shit, yo. And it's not just because he's gay, yo. But I mean, how many albums did Frank Ocean drop? I agree with that take also, that. Well, I mean, you could say he's one dimension. That Kells is one dimension, but I'll say it's more along the lines of he has. I'll say he has three gears. He has three gears. One of them is great, great R&B. One of them is lowbrow R&B, and one of them is complete idiocy, y'all. It's complete idiocy. R. Kelly he can make some junk. I thought Crab was still here to defend it. I'm not gonna talk no more about R. Kelly until Crab comes back. But yeah, those lists are really, really, really hard to put together. Us trying to put something together ourselves, and it took a squad, a team. We had to have enough people to vote, to agree, to disagree, so that we can get like fair takes on what's going on. See what else we got going on. It's getting late. How long we been on? Draymond Green called Gill a loser for his ring take. There has to be a balance. There's a balance, and rings are the great separator between the great. It's the great separator between the great and the greatest are winning on the biggest stage. Of course, you have players who didn't play in situations that were conducive to winning at a big conducive to the winning and having the ultimate goals. But also I believe that the greatest players drag some teams, or they made those teams better. Ultimate example, LeBron James. He has been a player that wherever you move him to, you got a chance to get to the finals. If you had put LeBron James on some of McGrady's teams, those teams would have advanced further than they advanced because of how that superstar plays. But McGrady never had a Pippen. McGrady was literally Jordan Pippen. So it's a lot involved in that. You see, they don't mean anything to anyone else. Let me see. They don't mean anything to anyone else. Those 4 rings don't put Draymond in conversations with the best at his position for me. What Draymond plays. Yeah, those rings don't put him in conversations with the best power forward big men of all times, but those rings do put Draymond in the conversation as being one of the top 2 or 3 defenders ever in NBA history. He could have been that. Rudy Gobert will never be considered one of the top 5 defenders in NBA history because his defense has not led to or been a part of the team of getting the ultimate success. So with that being said, no, Draymond might not ever be considered one of the greatest at his position, but he will be considered one of the greatest defenders. Without those rings, Draymond could have been just as good of a defender. He could have been an elite defender and never been in the conversation for the Hall of Fame. Now he's a Hall of Famer. Draymond Green is a lock Hall of Famer. Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace could have been who he is for 10 years, 10, 15 years. If it didn't lead to winning, Ben Wallace would not be in the Hall of Fame. So with that being said, it means a whole bunch to the it might mean even more to the non-elites than it means to the elites. Now, the elitists of the elitists, when you're arguing who's the GOAT, who's top 3, yeah. But Charles Barkley is an elite, you know what I mean? He's still considered a top 3 or 4 power forward, depending on who you ask in NBA history. You know what I mean? So, but it definitely matters to fringe Hall of Famers who would have been fringe Hall of Famers without rings. And it means, put it like this. There are people that believe Robert Horry belongs in the Hall of Fame. There's no way with Robert Horry's body of work beyond hitting those big shots and getting 7 rings. There's nothing beyond that has anybody ever saying that Robert Horry should flirt with the Hall of Fame. So them rings matter. They definitely matter. Now, do they matter for your paycheck in the league? I think it does. If you win them as a superstar in your prime, it matters. But there are players with rings that, from this point on, without rings, that's going to clock $700 million in their career and still make the Hall of Fame and don't have a ring. So, that Shannon Sharp, Jim Jones shit was hilarious. I mean, hilarious. And Jim Jones can't mess with Shannon in the gym, pause. It ain't no Jim Jones versus Nas.
I gave you a blue the other day. Yes, I did. Nah, go ahead. I mean, probably else will pop you off. I gave you a blue yesterday. Yeah, I gave you a blue. Get out from you, hurt yourself.
I swear, this is one of the things that keep me out of Atlanta is these water boy niggas. That's literally one of the things that keep me out of that motherfucker.
Look, these water boys will get y'all. They will get y'all up in Atlanta. Y'all better not let these water boys get y'all. No, I'm good, thank you. No, I'm good, babe.
Would you say Shannon was looking like a clout chaser? Nah, he said you don't even know 3 Nas songs. You can't even name 3 Nas songs. But I will say that you don't have to, because there's a lot of artists that I can't name their songs, but I know I know their music. I've heard a lot of their music. Like I can't just out the top of the head, like me even as one of the original Nas fans, I can sit here and think of 3 Nas songs, but put me on the spot like, yo, name 3 Nas songs. I'm gonna have to sit there and think about it. Now, Shannon has heard enough Nas bars. He's heard Nas rap enough for him to know that Nas is a better MC than Jim Jones, though.
Thank you. Bye. Ain't finna get me.
You got you some sons that's in their teens and they want to go by the name Waterboy while I try to sell some people some water at the stop signs. I need you to put these boys in classes. They need to read business classes on customer service, something, because the way this little boy came 5 centimeters next to this window trying to bully me into buying his water. First of all, I'm good. You trying to sell me this Kroger Publix water that ain't got an nan pH balance in it.
Rich, what's up, my nigga?
Second of all,
Conway
trying to bully me. Kindness goes a long way, and I know they don't know.
You probably gotta pull a strap out on them little niggas, yo. That's probably what niggas in Atlanta do. They probably just like, yo, get out my face, y'all.
They're little boys. They need to be trained. Somebody got to train them up in the way that they should go so they won't depart from it, because every time they stand on these corners, they're departing from common sense. You can't be mean to people when they're gonna buy your Sam's Club water. They're not gonna do it. I'm sorry.
I really don't understand why shit like this be happening to me, especially because, like, I'm not a selfish person at all. I don't steal from nobody. I don't steal from corporations. I don't steal from Walmart. I don't steal, period. I'm a gift.
She said, I don't steal from Walmart. Like, that's just a prerequisite of life. Like, I don't even steal from Walmart. Like, you supposed to steal from Walmart or something.
If anybody knows me, I'm always giving to people. I'm always just helping out the community and stuff like that. So for this to happen to me, I know God is gonna bless me, because I didn't do nothing for this. I didn't do anything like karma-wise for this to happen to me. And I hate to wish bad on people, especially black boys, because a lot of times they be needing our support at the most. But the fact that they just stole from me, a black woman, you don't ever know in a person's situation. If y'all follow me, if y'all seen the post that I just made, how I just got laid off from my job.
You don't never hand your phone over for a Cash App transaction with somebody you do not know. That is idiotic. I had to tell my mom, put a lock on your Cash App, lady. Like, my mother just had her Cash App loose. Like, just loose. Like, you just go into her phone, hit Cash App, and you write on the shit. You know what I mean? I had to tell her, put your Face ID on your Cash App, ma.
Like, people don't see that. And see, this how I know that, like, those boys really just need help. They need help, yo. But not mine. That. I don't wish bad on nobody, but you got to go. Like, you got to die from this. Like, you don't just get to be put in jail from this. And I know worse things happen to other people, but for someone like me who don't do nothing to nobody, you're going away. I don't give a where it is.
Yo.
So this woman right here went viral on TikTok after saying that she was robbed by the water boys in Atlanta. According to her,
90% of them water boys are future scammers, future B&E boys, because these are big things down in Atlanta, scamming and breaking and entering. So they are future scammers, future B&E boys. I'm just sorry to say it. That's exactly what they are. and future dope boys. You know what I mean? And then you got probably the smallest percentage are just like some kids that's poor. They need money. They not getting it from home, and they might hopefully possibly go in a more positive direction. But for the most part, them water boys is on their way to bigger and worse crimes for real. So with that being said, you can't trust them little niggas, man.
Her story, she handed over her phone to Cash App them $2, but $1,100 was stolen from her bank account. It's another story to add to a long collection of water boy horror stories. Then after everybody found out about this, she started a GoFundMe to get her money back because a lot of people felt sorry for her on TikTok. But now folks on social media, they're now asking for receipts because you have people starting to question the validity of her story. She's being accused of allegedly using a real-life problem to help herself. We're going to dive into this mess right now. But first, take a second to make sure you're subscribed to the channel.
All right. We all are in agreement. All of us are in agreement. Yeah, that's why I said dope boys. G. I think that we are all in agreement that if this story is true, that is her fault. And me personally, if it is true, that's my next point, Mark. If it is true, her starting a GoFundMe to recover her $1,100, I don't blame her. You know what I mean? That might have been her paycheck. You know what I mean? That might be why she was being generous, because she just got paid. You know what I mean? That might have been her last $1,100, or they could have left her with $10 in her bank account. So I don't have no problem with the GoFundMe thing to try to recover some of the money. But do we believe her at this point? Do we believe that she not scamming right now? Because if she is scamming, that's a good one. That's a good one. And she acting her ass off right now too.
And click the notification bell for all updates. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
I hate to hear about the girl who got robbed by the water boys, but as an Atlanta native, what make y'all roll down y'all windows and give them boys some money? I've been living in Atlanta all my life, and I would never donate shit to them little boys, not even a crackle. The way they be all aggressive and walking all up to your window like you obligated to buy one of them dusty ass waters.
That's why I said I'm telling you, them natives, they probably ignore them, and some of them niggas down there, because niggas down in Atlanta do ride with that thing in the car all the fucking time, on the seat, all kinds of dumb shit. I'm 100% sure them little niggas then got some hammers pointed at them at some point in time. Pause. Like, I'm almost 100% sure. Let me see something. Hey, Conway, I'm about to send you this link. Pause if you want to hop on. Pause. Letting everybody know that I basically stream for free because Facebook has demonetized me. They have demonetized me for any video content. I only get any money off of like posting pictures. I get money off of that, but I think on my streams I share too much copyrighted shit on my stream. So they say fuck me.
Baby, please. And as an Atlanta native, this is why we don't be liking y'all tourists and because y'all come down here talking about Atlanta scamming. Some of y'all set yourself up for that. Y'all donating to them little boys. That's why they run up on y'all cars and Cause y'all green. If you want to donate so bad, find a charity online. Donate online, duh.
If you're from the hood, it's certain things that should be ingrained in your body, in your mind, to know you should never do. If I go to Atlanta and I see the water boys, I'm not buying a single bottle of water. I don't care if you a little kid hustling or not. I'm not rolling down my window. And if I did decide to roll my window down, I only would get something if I have cash. It's a young lady on this app that tried to help the water boys and buy a bottle of water. She used Cash App. She had $2 on the Cash App. They changed it to $1,100, sent it to themselves. First of all, why did they have their phone? Why did they have your phone in their hand to be able to change it to $1,200 in the first place? I'm not buying no water from the little kids on the corner. If I see a sign that say free car washes, I'm not doing that. I don't care what it's supporting. You're not putting swirl marks in my vehicle. Lessons should be learned to you. When you go to Atlanta, ignore all water boys. I don't care what they raising money for. Them kids. What you did about them?
Okay, this is for the lady who got the money stole from her in Atlanta from the water boys. I feel so bad for her because I can only imagine getting laid off from my job and then somebody taking money from me. But why would you get them their phone? If you're from Atlanta or live in Atlanta, since the beginning of COVID, we all knew when the water boys run up to your car, you keep your windows up and your doors locked. And if you're giving them money, you hand them the bill directly that you want them to have. You don't give them Cash App, Apple Pay, none of that because of that type of
When the story first came out, people felt really sorry for her because it's horrible, trying to help some.
The squeegee shit actually calmed down here for real. Like the squeegee shit calmed down a whole lot. I mean, it's still squeegee niggas out there, but they not as bad as these little water boy niggas. Not as bad as all. I think that I don't know. After that incident happened, it probably calmed down a little bit, and then probably in some of your more major, major areas, major intersections, the police probably get them the fuck out of there. But the squeegee shit definitely calmed down. And if it make any sense, it's usually a more mature squeegeer. Even though they still be having them dusty ass, dirty ass squeegees and shit.
Somebody just for them to turn around and rob you. So that encouraged other people to come out with their water boy stories. Over the years, they scammed a lot of people. She created a GoFundMe. She said, I never thought I'd be here writing one of these, but life has thrown me some wild punches lately, and right now, I just need a hand to get back on my feet. Earlier today in Atlanta, I was robbed in broad daylight by a group of boys known around here as the Water Boys. What started as a normal day turned into a nightmare. To make things even heavier, I was just laid off from my job not long ago. So far, she raised over $2,600
Okay,
on
she got her money
GoFundMe.
back.
And now here we are, it's been over a week. You have the TikTok streets talking, asking for more proof to validate her story because you have folks coming out saying her story isn't true.
And for real, she at this point, if the story is true, she recovered her 1,100. She doubled that shit up. At this point, she need to shut the GoFundMe down and be like, thanks everybody.
Some of y'all may come at me, but I don't believe the story. I'm so sorry. I don't believe the story is too far-fetched. First of all,
It's not
she said it was $2 that they took the phone, put their name, and then they add 1,100. That's a long time to keep my phone in your hand. Then on top of it, I saw a picture when she showed the...
It's kind of not, because if you're typing your information in honestly, it'll take about the same amount of time to put 1,100 in it. You know what I mean? So that part is not unbelievable. She was just stupid for handing her phone over.
The phone where the money was sent, but where the name is at, it's covered up. Why are you protecting their name?
Bet Conway.
On social media, somebody would have recognized that name. Okay, why the name is protected, I don't know. But anyway, she darkened out the person's name. Then she shows the police car, but didn't show herself talking to the police. She didn't show a police report. She's showing the corner. Like, it's just, to me, it comes off like a video that's being done to get attention, to get donation. I don't know, but for me, it's too far-fetched. I don't believe it. I'm gonna say it. Y'all can come at me if y'all want
If she
to,
did,
but
she
I
killed it.
need some update more than just talk. Show me a police report. Show me something, and it's a good story if it's true. And I'm sorry if she really did get taken advantage of, but I just don't believe the story. Too far-fetched.
Y'all remember the story where the lady was talking about the
Yeah, Crab, yo, you gotta get
Atlanta
that
boys,
laptop right,
water
my man.
boys took her $1,100, and she had just lost her job or whatever like a week before, and a lot of people was donating her money or whatever because it was really a sad story. A lot of people was like, how could she not know about them? Well, they have a lady, and I put it in my repost, that's saying that she do not believe her story, and that it was all set up for people to donate and give her money. Now, baby, I don't know, but I'm gonna tell you this: go ahead and get your little ducks in order, because when this story get out and that video start being, out there with people starting to repost it, they gonna want them receipts. You know what I'm saying? I'm in Baton Rouge, and I know about the water boys. Now, I'm not saying you're not telling the truth, but she said that when you go to, like, when you showed your cash out, showing us that this money was sent from your phone to their phone, you blocked.
The Louisiana 100% got the best accent. I'm sorry. Louisiana has the best accent in America.
Their names out. Okay, maybe you wanted to protect them in some type of way. Maybe you knew you was going to the police, and also you never showed that you was talking to the police. You just showed the police car, but you also know that's a an active story that's going around in Atlanta.
Yeah, Mark, Biddy still jamming. He don't have no reason not to be jamming.
That they do that to people, and I'm sorry that they're doing it. If they're doing it, I mean, I know they're doing it. It's wrong. But if you sat up there and made this story up for people just to give you money, you out there bad for that. And I'm letting you know, don't play around with TikTok, because they got some good hearts and some people that don't mind helping you over here. But once they know that you're doing it and trying to get it the wrong way, they coming, baby. That's all I can tell you. So go on, get your little ducks in order, and you're going to have to probably prove to some people that your story is real. Get them documents made, real or fake. I'm just playing, but you better get it together.
You see how they say aluminum foil? I don't know how they say aluminum, but I know they say ferrule. They say ferrule. So along with me personally, Louisiana has the best accent. They also have some of the most fucked up pronunciations. And us Baltimoreans, we pronounce do and to correctly. I'll get into that later. That's gonna be its own stream. And that's the one I need y'all to send around the world. Aluminum ferrule, turlet. They sit on that turlet.
I don't know what's true or what's not true at this point. A lot of people believed her. Just knowing the scamming history of the water boys and real life documented instances where they really stole money from people. So I hope she's telling the truth and provide proof. I would hate for a story time about scamming to turn out to be a scam itself. But I guess we'll see. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Gotta send a shout out to our brothers Willie and Theo Coop. I appreciate you for your support for the channel. You can show your support as well. The link to PayPal is below. Ladies, fellas, want a balance analysis, want the truth from a woman's perspective? Then you're going to want to subscribe to the
I love Pink Book. I love her. Oh, that don't look that bad. Oh, no, that's the new Jordan. I fuck with them. I thought they were saying AE. They say AJ. Okay. Melissa Ford, Court, Boondocks, Ryder, Reaction, Tyler Perry. Oh! Oh!
Y'all, this Tyler Perry situation just blew wide open. And just when you thought it couldn't get messier, the Boondocks came back from the dead to haunt him. Yeah, the same Boondocks episode he allegedly made disappear, it's resurfaced at the exact same time.
Would you say, Mark, our accent is direct from England? I think it's direct from Ireland, my nigga. I don't think it's England. I think it's direct from Ireland.
Tyler's being sued for assault by one of his lead actors. Coincidence? Nah. This whole thing smells like karma finally spinning the block. Whew. So first off, let's get into this lawsuit.
First, y'all think Tyler Perry did it? I know he did it.
Actor Derek Dixon, who played
240 mil is wild, though.
Dale on Tyler Perry's show The Oval, just dropped a nuclear-level harassment case.
I watched The Oval, and that dude was never going to make $240 million in his acting career. And all this shit, all of it makes sense that he's on that show because Tyler Perry like him, because he's the worst actor on that show. Like I've watched the show at times. Man, he had that dude on 2 different Tyler Perry shows, y'all. Like I'm almost 100% that he was there because Tyler fucked with him. Pause.
On Tyler. Derek claims Tyler first picked him out of a crowd in 2019, saying he had the look for a role. Gave him a small part in Ruthless, then allegedly invited him to his Atlanta mansion. That's where things get dark. According to court documents, Derek says Tyler made unwanted advances, starting with groping his thighs after a night of drinking. He turned Tyler down respectfully, but what happened next?
Going over this this Tyler Perry shit, the dude from the Boondocks reacted to the Tyler Perry shit. Now, what you think, y'all?
I don't think that shit factual.
I think it's factual, but I also think $240 million is outlandish.
The reason why I don't think it's factual, because the only reason why he did, because a nigga of another nigga that Tyler fucked with asked that nigga to put him on the show.
You said somebody that Tyler fuck with. Pause. When you say fuck with, you mean like that's cool with Tyler?
Yeah.
All right. And you say
that nigga was like a favor and shit, man. And on top of that,
Tyler put him on 2 shows, yo, and he can't act, yo.
Yeah, he put him on 2 shows, but also he only keep the good white niggas that's good, that really can act. That nigga was a favor, yo.
Yeah, I think Tyler like that nigga. He trying to do it to him, yo.
Sounds straight out of a Hollywood horror story.
I know a lot of niggas keep trying to bring up what's the name? The nigga that's still on the Tyler Perry shows, but he already came out to say he wasn't talking about Tyler Perry when he said that shit before.
Okay.
But niggas forget that he even said that he wasn't talking about Tyler Perry when people kept pressing him.
Right.
And the thing is, if you was talking about the nigga, you still in his shows. So
right. I agree with that part. I agree with that part.
So he wasn't talking about Tyler Perry then.
I don't know.
It's a plot on everybody, every black man that got a little bit of power, yo.
Yeah, I agree with that. They get plotted on. My point is, like I said, the $240 million is outlandish.
That shit crazy.
Now, if you are there because of a point I'm making is,
yeah,
I'm not saying that Tyler Perry. I'm not saying that Tyler Perry should be paying this dude. What I'm saying is, I do believe that dude was there because Tyler Perry wanted the nigga. And I do believe Tyler Perry went at yo. But you as a motherfucker knowing that you're there because of that's supposed to throw all that shit out the window. That's how you got the fucking job.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. Did Tyler Perry do it? I think he did it. Does Tyler Perry deserve to have had to pay $240 million? Hell the fuck no.
The thing about that shit, yo, that kill me, yo, is all these motherfuckers, bro. Wait, years later, bro. If a nigga supposed to press you was, and you notice it's the same shit. A nigga drunk. a nigga drunk, come on, you been pissy drunk, bro. You been pissy drunk. You don't even know if your wife fucking punched you in the shoulder or not, cuz.
I do. I remember all my drunk shit, yo.
Nigga, then you want pissy drunk then?
Yo, I swear, yo, I remembers my drunk shit.
Yo,
For one, I don't get.
You don't get intoxicated drunk where you don't see. This nigga said he woke up in the guest room.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Coming back to the point of remembering shit when you pissy drunk. From experience being around drunkards, right? You start getting those memory losses when you drink too much. When you're an alcoholic.
Right, I'm one of them niggas.
Yeah, so alcoholics.
I remember a lot of shit from 10 years ago.
Alcoholics. Now I'm talking about like motherfuckers that don't remember shit from last night.
Oh yeah, see, I stopped. Well,
That's people that get fucked up all the time, and that motherfucking liquor is changing their brain chemistry, making them have memory losses. A person like me who might only get pissy drunk once or twice a year. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember that shit. I even had a chick I used to drink with on a regular basis, right? But that might be twice a week as opposed to every motherfucking night getting fucked up. People that get fucked up every day or a couple times a week and they gotta get fucked up, they the ones that start having the memory losses.
See, and this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. I was one of them niggas. Me and my niggas would drink, and I had a well-paying job, still do.
Right.
But we was drinking Wednesday to Sunday. I would take off Monday and Tuesday, like it was a job, bro. And I'm talking about to the point where my car, I had trash bags full of Ciroc, Mad Dog, Long Island iced teas, Bacardi Limon, all that shit, like trash bags of that shit in my trunk.
Right.
Like that shit was embarrassing once I started sobering my mind and my daughter was born in the world. But yo, like I don't remember a lot of shit, right? So a nigga who say he was pissy drunk,
right?
Don't know how he got in the fucking guest room. Want me to believe that you know who touched you? It don't like. I don't see how a motherfucker like you said who don't. He's an actor.
Right.
Even he's an ass of an actor. You can't get pissy drunk and think that you're gonna be fucking up there. Shazam! You're not. You're not. Cause you gotta go on set, and niggas be on set for like 15 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me that 3 years later, now you're not on the show no more. They canceled that other shit because it was too wild.
What you talking about?
That ruthless shit. They canceled that shit.
Oh, they canceled that shit?
Yeah, they canceled it because it was too wild. Like it was too raunchy. Like it was too over BET for real. So they canceled that shit.
And honestly, yo, that's the shit that Tyler Perry fucking writes, yo. Like, let me know that he a wild also gay nigga and shit. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Look at that shit he write, though. Look at that shit he write, yo. What man does that, yo?
I ain't gonna say that nigga
What man
gay,
does
yo.
that, yo?
Hey,
What?
look.
No, Tyler Perry's also gay, yo. I'm sorry, yo. He's also gay.
I don't know. I ain't never been in that nigga bedroom.
Tyler Perry's also gay, yo. I'm sorry,
I can't
yo.
call another man gay. I ain't never been around him.
Tyler Perry's also gay, yo.
I don't never do that.
He's also gay, yo. I'm sorry.
I never heard him say no gay shit out his mouth.
I ain't saying he don't like coochie too or none of that shit, but he's also gay, yo. I'm sorry, yo.
He probably, but I wasn't there, cuz. There's a lot of niggas that stand out, Mark. There's a lot of niggas that stand out, but we won't call them gay because they don't play those roles. And they don't write that shit. We'll just say that then look at half the fucking NBA. Niggas will refuse to call these niggas gay, but they walking around with purses and shit.
Yeah, but
no, but
no. Listen to me.
Nigga to work around with a purse
Listen to
and a
me.
dress.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Anytime you have 100 men, 25 of them niggas also gay, y'all.
Probably.
That's just a stat of life.
It probably, there's a lot of niggas.
Now I gave him the credit of also gay. You know what I mean? They can have the also gay credit, but I think that's just some stats of life, yo. I think that 25 out of
But what 25? What
out of every 100
niggas be
niggas
around?
Plus, it's already been people coming out saying like there's a lot of, especially the new NBA, a lot of them niggas be fucking with them trannies, y'all.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But they be around each other. He don't be around niggas. He don't even be outside. You don't even know what his mother look like. You don't. That nigga move like you niggas just going crazy because he finally took a picture in 2025 with his brothers and sisters. You had some dickhead niggas saying, I didn't even know he had brothers and sisters.
Man, that nigga also gay, yo. All that shit don't. I feel you, but Tyler Perry also gay, yo.
Yo, you don't see this nigga life. That's what I'm saying. You don't. So he got to be put in the stat to be that. He don't be around niggas on a main stage for us to be like, oh yeah, I seen that nigga doing some gay shit. We just said because he dressed up like a bitch and he played Madea very well.
And he got an accent. He got a gay accent.
It's niggas around here that say they not gay, got a gay accent. They talk like a bitch.
And I agree with that. I agree with that. Man, Tyler Perry also gay, y'all.
But you got to think about it, right? Your gay accent is like a nigga moving state to state and they lose their accent, then they adapt that shit.
But he's not. He hasn't lost his gay accent.
He's an actor. He's an actor who fucking been playing this woman for fucking 15 years before he made a movie. He's been playing. You got to think about a nigga.
I understand what you're saying, but he got the church gay accent, yo. He got the choir accent, yo. That shit ain't come from him playing Madea. He was able to play Madea because he already had it in him, yo. Like me and my
if we gonna do that, then my man Martin also gay.
I'm not saying that Tyler Perry is gay because he played Madea.
No, I'm not saying that. Because Martin don't. No, I'm saying.
But when Martin transitions from Shanae back to Martin, I don't hear any accent in Martin's voice. I don't hear it.
All right. I do. Some interviews that nigga sound like Shanae.
Okay.
Especially when he do talk about his sister. It's like he goes into that mode.
Yeah. And it could be said that.
And them niggas from the South, right? And them niggas Tyler Perry from the South.
And it can be said that I mean, as far as the guys, and as far as Shanae and Madea, both of them are impersonations of somebody in their life.
Yeah.
Like me and my cousins used to do impersonation of our grandmother.
But Sean do it for 15 years every night.
No. Listen to me. But at the same time, my grandmother wasn't a very feminine woman.
Okay.
She wasn't a very feminine woman. So I can impersonate my grandmother right now, and you might not even know I was impersonating a woman and shit. You know what I mean?
No, I dig it. I understand. And then that ain't from the South too, right? He got that Shannon Sharp in him. And ain't from the South? Somewhere in the South? And I don't want none of my niggas on here that's from the South get no type of offended. But a lot of niggas from the South got that little fucking twang in them. And I lived down there for a long time.
I think sometimes it's a regional neighborhood thing also.
Shannon Sharp.
I'll give an example. And we talked about this. Me and Kev Major was talking about New Orleans and shit. And whatever area BG is from,
yeah,
you think niggas just like that around there.
Yeah.
And have you ever noticed BG got a little
twang in them, little weak in them, baby.
Right. And what Kevin said is that's how niggas is over there.
They from the same area of Big Freedom, man.
And low key,
those niggas the reason why Atlanta is that.
The Baltimore accent, a Baltimore man's accent to a different ear might sound like it got a little twang in it. And that's me as somebody from Baltimore who has a Baltimore accent. I think I speak a little clearer than the common Baltimore accent, but at the same and that comes from me being in college, getting my damn accent cracked on. You know what I mean? but at the same time, I've heard it all my life.
Yeah, outside looking in, I wouldn't say that though.
Our accent has a little twang to it. Now, it's actually evolved over the years. The Baltimore accent has evolved over years to become a little more choppy, right? Like how a lot of younger niggas from the street talk, like still got the twos and do's, but
they break up the words.
How they break up their words, they don't drag them as much as the original Baltimore accent.
Yeah, they don't, because they trying to put a bunch of words in one sentence.
Right. So it don't
They almost
drag
talk
as
like
much.
a Geechee.
A little bit, yeah.
Baltimore almost talk Geechee now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like really almost talk like they Geechee. Like they really embracing that selfness.
100%. And I can tell you when it happened.
When Katrina happened?
It was before that. It was literally between Master P and the Hot Boys. Like Master P and the Hot Boys run.
Yeah.
Put it like this. Before Cash Money, niggas wasn't saying you heard me.
Yeah, I give you that.
That was not a Baltimore term. It was, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm saying?
Yeah, you right.
That was our, yet specifically, you know what I mean?
I give you that.
You know what I mean was our, you heard me.
I thought that was another Yakami. But nigga was like, nah, it's yet to me.
No, yet to me.
I thought nigga was still talking about like a food. Cause you know how niggas be saying Yakami and shit. And I was like, Yakami, oh, all right. Nigga hit me with the Yakami.
And you know Yakami mean fighting too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just making sure you knew that Yakami also means fighting.
Yeah.
Yakami from beef yak, or beef yakami from the Chinese spot. So beef yakami, so it's turned into beef yakami, and then niggas just start saying niggas yakin. So if somebody yakin,
I remember that.
It came from yakami. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yo, we had our own distinctive shit. All we got is our accent now. You know what I mean?
But that's why I say,
and that's because we never had our hip hop artists. Yeah. We have never had our stamp on the hip hop game. You know what I mean? So that's
and the crazy shit about it.
We always gravitated somewhere else.
Crazy shit about it, y'all. Baltimore did but niggas didn't know what to do with it. Cause Boss Man had it, but the Jermaine Dupri deal and all that shit, and then listening to other niggas, Rock My Man World did other shit.
Yeah.
And then Comp had it, but Kevin didn't know how to use his own nigga. And
Yeah.
and to be honest, they only signed my nigga because they was like, yo, you not, who's this nigga blowing up from your city?
Right.
Because Kevin wasn't coming here. So Comp was almost like a fucked up tragedy of war. And that's my nigga. He know that.
And I'll say one thing about Comp.
That's my nigga. And my man Speedy Health, man.
Oh, he's sick right now?
You know he just had open heart surgery.
I did not know that. I haven't been on Instagram. That's the only way I really ever see him is when I'm on Instagram.
Yeah, nah, bro. Brody just had open heart surgery, bro.
And one thing I'm gonna say about Comp is he got caught in between eras.
Yes.
He got caught between eras because if Run would have came out three years earlier, 4 years earlier,
he'd have went. And not only that, yo,
he was on the Def Jam game, all that shit. You know what I mean?
Not only that, his uniqueness, right?
Yeah.
And
he's still hard as shit.
And he embraced his hand.
Right.
God, that nigga, yo. He, like you said, 2-3 years earlier, that nigga would have went to the fucking moon, bro.
He done went to the moon.
Hold on. My nigga Mark went to Mervo? Damn. Okay. Couple Mervo niggas in here. You see, big M's.
All right. So Mark finally aged himself.
Yeah, he did like a bitch, didn't he?
I wish Steve would cover me. No, when I say he aged himself, so now I know that Mark was in high school somewhere around 99 to 2001-ish.
Yeah. On God. Now I gotta see what this nigga really look like.
Nigga, that's all you gotta do is
I don't even go on, y'all. I don't even, like, you know, you my brother, nigga, so I already see what you look like. But like everybody else, I don't really go on that pages because sometimes we feeling like nigga be wanting to be incognito or 05. So
that make more sense. That make more sense. So Comp was already. Yeah, and I misdated it anyway because I remember right before Comp got signed, my son was already born. And
you gotta remember Def Jam
he was already walking. So my son was probably around 3, so 2004. Yep.
Yeah, because that Def Jam Vendetta shit came out like 04, 05.
Okay.
And then the second one came out like 06, 07.
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. But yeah, and Comp still dope.
It's
like,
yo, every
for
time
real,
nigga put out some
for
shit,
real, he's literally one of the dopest rappers, yo.
Yeah, he is.
I'm talking about out of signed niggas, out of niggas that drop shit. He didn't drop mixtape that was just as hard as everything that was out, or as unique, or as artistic, and still in the realm of being hard shit. Like, that nigga is a rap genius, yo.
And niggas don't realize that my niggas still be getting around rapping just off the strength of what he did and who he was. So it's not like it's just that he's not on that main scene. But then you had niggas like Smash. He was Scooter before Scooter, bro. You know what I mean? Like that organic, and when I say that organic, he really put on that beat Baltimore and Hilton shit.
Right.
He put that shit on 100%. Like to the point where he was already stepping backling. My nigga Big Backling, you feel me? That nigga really, these niggas that already was putting on a name for the city.
Right.
But you know, sometimes business catch a nigga in the wrong way. Or
Right.
because niggas gotta think about a nigga trying to get them and shit. That niggas don't realize when a nigga ain't trying to get them and trying to help them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I don't know the situation, but it just seemed like all the niggas at that time, something happened, yo.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta think like niggas really
Smash
had that.
sounded so much like Ja Rule to me. I was supporting him,
Oh.
but he Smash, yo. He sounded so
yeah.
much like Ja Rule, yo. Just like
But
my man. What was your name? DOG. That was my man. I worked with DOG a couple times. Like we've been in the lab together a couple times back in the day. And his biggest thing to me was he sounded like Jim Jones, yo.
Yeah. And then he started, you remember, this I think this grade semi age. So niggas know I'm old. I'm anyway. But so when Jim Jones did the bedroom, well, VIP, and he opened up for him and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like he started dressing like them niggas too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like at one point in time.
And DOG, my nigga. You know what I mean? He's completely my nigga.
He cold as a bitch too. He cold. Like
cool ass nigga. But
I met that nigga.
He was in a situation. He was in a situation. He was in a situation with my rap mentor. You know what I mean? My rap mentor. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He went by Shay Fontaine. People also know him as White or Shay White.
Shay White
from up Alameda.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
That nigga the GOAT.
Yeah, Now when you
that nigga is the fucking GOAT.
So that let me know how old you really is too, cuz.
He's literally my rap mentor. Like if there was gonna be a Jay-Z and Meth Bleak in Baltimore,
he would have been that.
It was gonna be him and me. You understand what I'm saying? On
I
a
ain't
rap
gonna lie. I first time I seen that nigga rap, he was at the One. And I think it was Pork Chop or Conan asked that nigga to come up and spit some shit real quick. And that shit was hard. And then I started doing my research on cuz and Shaka Pit Fights told me like, nah, that nigga cold. That nigga cold.
Yo, White is the GOAT in Baltimore.
That nigga definitely could put some shit together too, like off the top of his head, bro.
Yo, when I first met the nigga, yo, I remember if I sit down, I can remember the whole rap. But this nigga holler, broken bottles, Eldorados, Briannas to Colossals, White Nostril Apostles, spread the gospel throughout Balti, Sin City is salty. Technical difficulties left my weapon fault. Yo, come on, yo.
Yo, spaz it out. Cuz spaz it out. Yeah, that Yo, get my nigga, yo, get some oxygen, cuz. You knock the shit out, cuz. You knock the shit out, yo. Yo, you knock that shit. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, yo. Yo, I said get some oxygen, cuz you ain't knock that shit. I ain't gonna lie, that fucking verse was yo, he was nasty, yo. That shit went back out. It went back out. It went back out.
Hold on. Here we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Part of the reason I'm still rapping 30 years later
You have fucking
is
my
because
man.
he stopped, he retired, and I felt like his name needed to keep on going.
Nah, that nigga was nasty, yo.
That nigga taught me how to write and rap, yo.
Yo,
It's nobody in the industry. None of my favorite rappers, Big Daddy Kane, none of them made me want to rap, yo. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it. Yo, that
For
nigga
your
was
favorite
nasty as shit.
For
That
your
nigga was
favorite
nasty.
rapper, for you to be able to go like that and touch your favorite rapper, yo, that shit was I can't pay the world back no more for that. You understand what I'm saying?
I dig it.
I'm talking about this nigga is just as good as Jay-Z. He's just as good as Nas. He's just as good as all of those people. He was Baltimore's version of all of that shit.
That nigga Money Man and shouted that nigga out one time.
They fucking
see. That's
first
another
of all,
thing.
we was blackballed. It's simple.
Hey yo, that's
we was
another
blackballed.
thing.
You remember the nigga from 92Q?
Which one?
The little light skinned drag faggy nigga that ended up getting further in the industry. Like he ended up with MTV, BT. He ended up in
what the fuck is your name? He was back. He was from back in the day when Conan and Squirrel Butterman, yeah, Butterman. Damn, Butterman.
Niggas had to interview up 92Q.
Butterman, I keep hearing Butterman fucked a lot of people over, yo.
Man, White had to interview up 92Q, yo. He called White a local rapper, yo. He was a local rapper, but he called White a local rapper. White brother wasn't having that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you know what?
Why wasn't having that shit, and he horsed Butterman on the radio.
Hey yo, you know what I be thinking? We really be fucking the city up, yo. And it's just my opinion, right? Just outside looking in. I never understood why you have Philadelphia, DC surrounding you, right?
Right.
New York over top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of Virginia and shit underneath of that. And in these cities, they never
and that's why Virginia got rappers before us. But go ahead.
No, right. But they never disrespected their artists and said our local talent. When Wale first came on the scene, they just said,
"This Wale,
this Wale,
the rapper." Yeah,
I
got you.
From you know what I mean? When 92Q, this is local artist, Boss Man.
Right. Instead of saying hometown, say hometown.
Yeah, this our hometown artist here. He coming through. Niggas never paint the picture for you. You can be heard in DC. You can be heard in Montgomery County, PG County, Cecil County. You can be heard in some parts of Delaware, right?
Right.
And when I hear local artists, I hear Rap Attack. I hear this nigga not established. You just a nigga that's, you know what I mean?
Right. That set this song and
and you
fucking and you liked it, or it just happened to come up, or you know what I mean? Like nigga gave you the mixtape outside the studio or some shit.
Yeah, because when you hear local artists, you never heard Philadelphia say, yo, we got some local artists in the building. State property. No, nigga. Because it's the image that you gotta put on for your hometown artists to make them feel bigger than for the listeners, bro.
Hey, Mark. That's funny you said that. Because guess where one of the place Pharrell came with his beats before they blew up, and niggas was horsing them.
Oh yeah, when he came to Baltimore.
One of the
Yeah.
first places he was shopping his art at, yo.
And know what's so fucked up about that? That's why he shits on everybody who can have a chance from here.
I can see that. I can see
Niggas,
that. Niggas carry grudges.
niggas don't see when Boss had that money. Well, when Boss signed to Jermaine Dupri and they tried to get Pharrell to do some shit, he was not doing it. Right? He didn't even like Pharrell will not help no one from this city because he remembers how niggas treated him here before he got on. And niggas be like, oh, that's petty. It's new niggas now. It's not new niggas because I look at you as a whole. Niggas look at people as a whole, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, he looking at the mentality of the niggas from that place.
So
at
it's
this
like,
point, and it's holding. It's also could be holding a fucking drug. I don't need y'all niggas.
Yeah, and that's
y'all
the thing,
had y'all had a chance with me. So at this point, that's just one place that I can be like, I ain't got to fuck with.
Yep. And you got to think about it.
He's the one with the options now.
You got to think about it, yo. When Hit Boy, it was a moment where no one wanted Hit Boy's beats at all. And then niggas in Paris came out. That nigga, Hov and Kanye made that nigga a hot commodity, right?
Mm-hmm.
To where now, Nas like, shit, let me get this young nigga. I'm going to make some of the best shit I ever put out. Because he knew what Nas needed too.
Right,
he
right,
needed
right,
that
right,
old, he needed that old Pete Rock sound
Mm-hmm.
when niggas first fell in love with that nigga before he started making his own beat selection. Like now niggas will say that I hate Nas. I don't. I hate his beat selection. And I hate that a nigga that I grew up thinking that he should be that nigga chose to do Pete Rock like that for the industry. So that's why I be mad at the nigga. I'm not mad at him because to me, he's one of the coldest niggas out here. It's just that I hate that he chose to try to find fame.
Right.
And he never got it on that wave. He never got it on, like, you got your Jay, right?
Mm-hmm.
The nigga was rapping fast. And I watched RZA on Drink Champs say if it wasn't for Wu-Tang, you wouldn't have got a Jay. Which is ironic because
what did he mean by that? What was he saying? Like,
because once Wu-Tang came out, even though Jay, Big Daddy Kane is that nigga's, like, outside of jazz though, Big Daddy Kane is Hov's fucking end all be all life when it come to rapping.
Okay.
But when Wu came out and then like the beat changes and the different samples and shit like that, kind of right, yo, because then he brought in Just Blaze. When he brought in Just Blaze and Just Blaze is doing that shit that RZA was doing, what no one knows and really respects that Just Blaze studied underneath of RZA for a while.
Okay.
Right? And then next thing you know, you'll become the coldest nigga out.
Right.
It's like Nas. I can't compare him to that. But all right, I'm gonna compare him to that. and niggas gonna be like, I hate, but I really do hate this one nigga. But Nas and Drake, right?
Mm-hmm.
For us, I heard you was talking about earlier, like you can't name a Nas song and shit like that.
Right.
Like, is niggas that
But I
hit,
can. If I sit and think, I can name 10 Nas songs. But go ahead.
yeah, but it's niggas that love Drake, right?
Uh-huh.
But you ask them on the spot, yo, what's his album? What's your name some songs? Niggas go be crazy because he's a moment nigga, right? After, that's why I say Jim has a point, but he's tripping. Because back then, it wasn't such thing as a viral moment, right? So even though the ether and shit like that, it's still niggas today who came up probably a couple years after that still haven't heard that shit. That's like doing these little YouTubes and shit now, hearing it for the first time type shit, right?
Yeah.
But then you got a nigga that'll be like, shit, Jim Jones and them boys had a moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, lyrically, he's not fucking with Nas. But moment-wise, Jim has had moments that Nas won it. He won it. Like, in no point of Nas's life of rap, outside of, cause me and you old heads, where we used to talk who the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, Nas type shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was a real thing, right? But outside of that, he still got outshined career-wise, but not vocal-wise, if that makes sense. Because that nigga, all three of them niggas at one point in time can spit some of the coldest shit.
Right. All right. With that being said, even if that's true about Nas, that he wanted that, right?
Yo, Hate Me Now.
Nas.
Hate Me Now, real quick. Hate Me Now and Ether. It's his biggest shits. Next to and One Mic didn't even do what Hate Me Now did. It just was in the heat of now, oh, you throwing shots at the nigga. Well, you took a whole album and threw shots at a nigga for a whole album that didn't do good, right? But it's like, everybody in rap want those moments. Now, he still became a boss. He still invested money to get more money, right? He did the Pat Poose type of thing. Like, okay, I know niggas, I might go on stage. Some niggas might know who I am off a look, but some of the crowd might not know who the fuck I am just off of face value if I walk out on stage. He's still in that. Come on, bro.
You talking about Nas in hip hop?
Yo, it's niggas in hip hop outside of us. Outside, this is what I'm talking about. Outside of us, right? It's niggas that's in hip hop right now that don't even bring his name up when they ask these little niggas questions about him, right? If he was to walk out on a Summer Jam stage unannounced, at first glance, it's gonna be like, who the fuck is that? And then it's going, oh, that's Nas. That's Nas. He's
this
not gonna
point,
walk out on OJ shit.
At this point, that's partially because of the different artists' peaks. Now, Jay-Z peaked later than Nas and was still in the mix longer, you know what I mean, longer than Nas was. Like Jay got the fucking Put On remix. He got everything after that. You know what I mean? So Jay was also in. Jay is also, because we had this argument about is Jay a '90s rapper or is he a 2000s rapper?
My man had Uchi
Jay,
Wally.
Jay is more of a 2000s rapper. Nas is more of a 90s rapper. Even though Jay was still a shit in the 90s, he's more of a 2099 on up rapper.
Cause that's when he changed his.
That's when he became a international superstar.
Yeah, an international
Right.
superstar. Right.
Jim Jones first peak with Dipset and his shit after Dipset. This is like 2005, 2006. So it would be if Nas came out when Jim Jones was at his peak as the same with the same clout, it would be young niggas saying Nas is the GOAT. He would be the Kendrick Lamar of the 2000s. If that's when he dropped.
But
there's a host of really Nas is the only 90 rappers who still comes out and still get any kind of love. Other than if you still want to consider Jay-Z a 90s artist. Like he's the only one.
It's like,
and as far as face recognition, that's because he not an internet nigga, yo.
He's not.
Now Jay-Z might not be
definitely not an internet nigga.
He might not be an internet nigga, but he's still an internet nigga, yo.
He not an internet nigga because when I say he not an internet nigga, Nas posts almost every day. You talking about a nigga who, when he posts one thing a year, and that shit go crazy, and then you won't see him again. Now, do we got burner accounts? I believe we got burner accounts because he in tune to what's going on in his game. But Nas posts every day.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Nas posts every day. Oh, my camera just went out. Nas posts every day, right? And with him posting every day is like he's still being active. Yeah, he had a couple moves and shit with like the ring and Uber and shit like that. So I don't do that. I don't do what niggas be like that clock, that money copping, popping shit. That shit mean nothing to me. Because it's niggas that believed fucking Remy when they said Pat Poose is broke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that nigga is the president of fucking TuneCore, and a lot of niggas don't even understand what the fuck that is.
Right.
But most of that music go through that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like Noriega. He's a fucking 90s rapper, 2000 rapper.
No, he's definitely 2000s rapper.
But for the peak of his time, he's a 2000 rapper. But he's rapping in the 90s.
Yeah, but
a lot of niggas don't. But this is what I'm saying. A lot of people don't know him for rapping in the 90s. I know him for rapping in the 90s. I know him for rapping in 96, 97. They was little niggas though.
Right. That don't count.
But it goes by now for the peak of, you know what I mean, that Pico de Gallo, man. And Nas, nobody in the game want to be like, yo, I want to be fucking Chingy, bro. No one wanted to be fucking Chingy. Not
Yeah,
not
War
a
Report. War Report came out in '97, yo.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to think about it. This nigga Nas is a GOAT because we keep him alive. We keep him alive. He's one of the GOATs because we keep him alive. These other motherfuckers, I just watched a little interview and motherfuckers is out here putting Chief Keef's name in the mix. Nigga put Chief Keef, Lil Durk, then said Jay-Z, then said Future. I was like, fuck you. Jay-Z shouldn't even be in your category. Because ain't shit. Your category has nothing with that. But because of the familiarity of him,
Yeah,
still.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
He's had enough moments in their lifetime for
Right.
them to be able to recognize, like,
And you
oh,
got the Super Bowl. His name come out on the Super
everybody
Bowl.
saying Jay killed that verse. You know what I mean? Or Jay, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So Jay always planted his seeds along the way to let you know he was dead.
Right. And the shit that, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like, it's not like Nas ain't do no fucking verses for niggas. Niggas forgot he did the little verse with fucking with Lil Nas X. He did a verse with Nicki Minaj. He been doing verses. It's just that like now he's getting that recognition a little bit because of Hit Boy.
Right.
If it wasn't for Hit Boy, who knows where the fuck my man would be at right now? He probably would just be saying fuck it. He might just say fuck it because he's getting bread on the other end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mark, you gonna find that with actually a lot of rappers, Mark, that were prolific rappers, but Nas also came out in a time where hip hop wasn't the number one genre.
Right.
For a nice crisp 15 years in the between the 2000s and like 2020, hip hop was literally the number one genre. So hip hop songs would chart more. But Nas came up in a time where
Mm-hmm.
hip hop wasn't the dominant factor on the charts. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
still
they
had
didn't even show that shit when they won the award on the Grammy. Remember?
Yep.
Remember that shit? Oh yeah, Will Smith won the award. Nigga, we didn't even see that.
Right.
We just know that he was the first rapper to win one. We didn't even see that shit.
Yeah,
Niggas
so
just be like, oh, best rap song, Tupac Shakur. We ain't never see that shit. They just
Right.
put that bitch at the bottom of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like you said, like no, a lot of these rappers who helped pioneer, because you gotta think about it, right? Those niggas are like the sons of hip hop. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's only 53 years old now,
Right.
right? So, and most of these niggas are 50. Hove, Nas, Wu-Tang. These niggas are 50 plus years old. And the grandfathers of this shit, the fathers of it, are
Right.
like 60, 70 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when you think about it, by the time 2000 hit, they sauced it up. It got saucy because now it's like, all right, we know how to make the money. Now these country stars, it wasn't even pop. It was pop R&B. Like when it was broken up, we rap and we sing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was like around that time, if I really feel if he would have went to the point of, yo, I need to go back to my shit, I think Nas would have been here looking face to face with Hov, fuck lyrically, but just familiarity, like just where people be like, oh yeah, Nas, and it doesn't have to come up ether Nas. Nigga
Right.
be like, oh, you know what I mean? Nas. Fuck. So one of my favorite shits is Let me talk to the FBI and the CIA and the motherfucking president. That's my shit.
Yeah, my favorite Nas song is actually Papa Was a Player for real.
Yeah, but it's my shit. Like, I got Nas shits that I fucking love, bro. Right? But it's also Pete Rock and them niggas. Then he spinned off. Then Puffy came, brought him back to life a little bit. Then he like, nah, I think I want to stop picking my own, create my own shit. Then we got Uchiwali. Then he like, what the fuck is you doing?
Are you talking about the little Braveheart thing he was trying to do?
Like, what the fuck are we doing? And that's when I feel like that's when he was trying to compete with those Rockefeller niggas, those them down south niggas. Like, he was trying to compete when he brought out Uchiwali, yo, because there's no way in life that niggas like, yo, this is Nas shit. Like, this Nas for real. Like, this can't be. He tried for some shit, and then that one side, that godson went wood, and he was confused. Then the beef happened. Then this shit went back up again. But at the ether, he didn't give a shit. Next thing you know, I'm in Jersey at the I Declare War joint, and he come out on stage and rap the verse. While Hove rapped the hook and Hove rapping. I'm like, damn, the fuck? I thought Hove was going to say Summer Jam this nigga. They made up and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's true, Mark. Yeah, it was a while before hip hop was recognized as music. First of all, it took a while for it to get recognized as music, and the industry didn't recognize it. You said in '89, that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. That's why NWA broke all those records, but never got no recognition. No recognition at all.
What you mean they didn't get recognition?
Billboards.
No, they actually did. They was some of the first artists 1991 that damn near created the hip hop charts, yo.
Right, but they were banging shits out in the 80s, 88, 89. They weren't just the 90s.
When did Straight Outta Compton come out, yo? Was that 90?
Hold on.
Cause I think I was in middle school when that shit came out.
Hold on. I hate now that when you put that shit in,
the movie come out.
You gotta put album and shit. That shit came out August 8th, 1988.
That makes
it didn't
sense.
get recognition until 91. August 8th on Ruthless Records, 1988. We didn't start fucking recognizing until they got a Billboard in July 1989. Despite the Scash radio play, Straight Outta Compton became the first gangster rap album to receive a platinum certification for selling 1 million copies. That shit crazy. Shit came out in 88, bro. They didn't recognize that shit until the year after that. Them niggas they didn't get acknowledged until 91. That's crazy.
So it peaked at 37 on a Billboard 200 in 89.
Yep. Remember, they was trying to block this shit from the airways.
That's probably the Billboard charts though. They was probably #1 on the rap charts in 89.
Right, hold on. They was number 37 on top LPs Billboard. US Billboard Top Soul LP, they were number 9.
They had that shit on Soul, yo, just because they was black. That's crazy.
Right. That's crazy as shit.
Yo, Straight Outta Compton on the Soul album, God damn.
They went platinum in the UK and 3 times platinum in America, yo. Yeah, they weren't on They were number 6 on UK R&B album. They did not have no rap album, no rap list on this bitch. Yep. They went on no rap shit. That's crazy. That the top soul, they were number 9 because they were black. Like you said. It wasn't even no rap. They didn't have a category for these motherfuckers, man. They didn't even have a category for them. So I don't. Man, it just. I just think that a lot of times now, like the recognition is there, and a lot like the ear. I feel like the ear isn't there now. That we got a lot more contributions for hip hop.
What you mean the ear isn't that?
Like we could put out some bullshit right now, and if it got a good beat to it and some shit that the kids can fucking shake a hip to on TikTok, we'll go number 1 out that bitch. Like, just think, what the helly? Niggas love that shit. This nigga says, what the helly, what the helliante, what the helly LeBron James? Yeah, like,
I mean, we all know that the most popular rap songs are usually songs that a rap purist or hip hop purist wouldn't like, because those are the songs that usually appeal to the masses.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Something with something catchy, something with some type of gimmick to it is always like fad, that is like fad material for everybody to go to, you know what I mean? So as long as you got some type of catchy chant to do in the song, something like what the helly shit, something that people can repeat all day every day, you know what I mean, becomes the actual gimmick of the song, becomes bigger than the song or the artist, you know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, now you no ear out this bitch. Niggas just trying to. You don't even have to sign to a label to motherfucker make the bread, right? But the crazy thing about it is,
I'll say motherfuckers got ears, but as far as labels creating artists and stuff like that, I think is more along the lines of the whole atmosphere of the industry and the microwave level of the atmosphere of the industry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Most,
not only the industry,
99%. Yeah, but 99, the consumer always gonna take what's given to them. Period.
Which I blame us.
No, that's just life. That's just life. Like once again, the masses don't know shit as a mass. They only know what is put in front of them. That's just as the mass of people, because you got so many people who are they're not hip hop, or if you want to use another genre like R&B or even country, they're not true fans of the artistry. They just like the shit. They just like shit. They like whatever's popping or whatever's catchy. That's always been the case with the masses. That's why Jay-Z, quote unquote, in his eyes, dumbed down his shit so that you can hear everything he's saying. Of course, he got some shit that you can rewind and see that he twisted some shit, but for the most part, you hear everything he's saying while he's saying it. You know what I mean?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's our, when I say it's our culture, bro. Like, our culture. Like, our culture lost the ear because it's like we just don't want to put in the time to actually listen to shit. Like, if Wu-Tang came out today,
they would never be able to get out the underground.
right?
They would be popular.
They would
but
be
they would
popular,
be a
but
niche. They would be a niche act because it's
they
some.
would they
It's
would
some
be
really
they would
good
be they would be
acts.
Griselda.
I agree. I agree.
Griselda's
I
not
agree.
popular. Griselda's popular.
I'm about to say they're very popular,
They
but
popular, but they're
but they
underground like
popular.
a motherfucker.
They popular amongst people, amongst hip hop purists. People who
That's what I'm saying. The
who that's all they
underground.
want to hear is bars. Like anybody who listens to Griselda, they don't care about beats
At all. They kind of do, right?
Some niggas ain't even got no damn drums, yo. They can't care about no goddamn beats.
Yeah. But it's because that
they
that
care
nigga
more
West
about what they
Side- that
saying
nigga
over
West
the.
Side, wow, that nigga West Side be on a different stratosphere sometimes.
The people that like them like what they saying over the beats.
Facts.
But as soon as you put
Even BSF.
To
You know
me,
what I mean?
you put Benny on like I'll use the song with J. Cole for an example.
Right.
To me, that's the best Benny had sounded because he was on an actual boom, boom. Like you had the drum in there. You know what I mean?
Best kept secret. That nigga Benny killing on that new Bleak album. That Bleak album fire.
I might have to check it out.
That Bleak album fire.
Always like Meth Bleak.
Bleak shit cold. And it don't sound like that new Ja Rule bullshit he put out. But
that shit trash. That new Will Smith shit trash.
Yeah.
Like Will, I don't know what I hope he just named his album Midlife Crisis, y'all.
Yo,
just if you name it Midlife Crisis, that brushes over all of the bullshit that's on there. You know what I mean?
You ain't like the other album that just came out before
What
the new
other
one great come out?
Who, Will Smith?
Yeah.
When he had an album before that?
He just dropped the album at the top of the year.
I'll listen to it, but I can't imagine myself liking it.
You gotta listen to it.
I can't imagine because if he ain't Horse and Jada on none of the songs, I don't want to hear that shit.
You gotta listen to it then. That's all I'm gonna say.
If he ain't Horse and Jada on any of those songs,
you gotta listen to it. You'll hear what he say.
If he don't say it's still fuck Chris Rock on any of them songs, he ain't no rapper. Fuck him, yo.
I'm like, yo, hey Mark, trust me, yo. I didn't anticipate saying that Myth Bleak shit was fire in 2025 either, bro. But that shit is fire. I've been actually listening to that shit for like the last 2 days, yo, 3 days. Like real talk. But it's yo, I ain't gonna lie.
My man said a damn duck made a disco song and it was a hit in the 70s. We aren't smart as a whole. That's kind of the point I was making, yo.
And we're not like other. So like when it comes to other,
this not specific to black people, yo. This is specific to the masses of humans, yo.
Yo, white people fuck with rap because it's something that they not accustomed to. They don't see it every day. They love the music, but will call the police on you quick as a bitch, right? They love that shit. But when it comes to their pop niggas, their country stars, that's why they hate that black niggas is trying to take country back right now. Because they felt they owned something, right? They felt that this is our shit. You can have that rap shit. It'll never be better than our hard rock and all that shit. Now that niggas is taking country back, they don't know what the fuck to do, right? So now they're embracing their Taylor Swifts and shit, but then that bitch don't know what to do either because she started out country before they realized, before the country niggas didn't fuck with her because she was a loose goose. So she went over to pop. Niggas forget that. Before the whole Kanye West shit, she came out with a pop album. I mean, a country album.
Who's that?
The country niggas didn't like that shit. Taylor Swift.
Oh, okay.
They didn't fuck with her because she was a loose goose, because in country, they don't like whores. That's why all that songs about hating the whore. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you little whore, you came over here, bitch, you gotta go. All that shit, they hate it. But now you got the cassette.
I don't know. What the fuck K. Michelle doing over there for then?
Stop. Because before she got into R&B, she had a country. She was doing country.
Right.
So it's like she going back to it. A lot of them niggas love that shit over there.
And K
That's why
Michelle,
they fall in love.
K Michelle as a singer is much more undeniable than Taylor Swift as a vocalist. So
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
K Michelle is talented enough that if she sing a country song, the shit is going to be too good to deny it. Also,
Yeah, because she come from that Toby Keith era.
But you're not fooling us, K Michelle. You ain't fooling the brothers.
You fuck too many niggas in the hip hop game. Now you try to take it back.
Right,
But
you
yeah,
is
like
not fooling the brothers and talking all that dumbass shit, crying on Cam Newton show, talking about white dudes and all. Man, get the fuck out of here. They don't want you either.
yeah, and now she a pop artist. You get what I'm saying? Because of them little young girls, them little white young girls.
He said that shit was 5 times platinum, yeah.
Yeah. But what's she doing now? Niggas don't realize country niggas kick you the fuck out. You gotta pick another genre. They don't give a. It went pop because the country niggas. She turned pop because the country niggas weren't buying it.
She probably had fun.
She didn't get nominated. She had niggas don't realize that she had to change her genre in the midst of the album being sold because her first concert, it was no country niggas there. It was all those white teeny boppers, bro.
All right. So
that's how she came pop.
I've been seeing that a lot about us in country music. I always looked at it as country was an offshoot of the blues. I never looked at it like country music was ours and they took it from us like rock and roll. Rock and roll was to me, rock and roll was undeniable that we created rock and roll down to the term of rock and roll, and then they came in and took it. I never looked at country like that. I always looked at country as an offshoot of the blues and shit.
So country. If you go to Memphis, right?
And
you go to the country little museum and all that shit.
Right.
When you walk in there, the first person there is a black man, bro.
Okay.
And they know that shit. So basically,
who's the black man?
I gotta look it up. I went there too. Matter of fact, I think I got pictures of this shit too.
I mean, do you know what era, like what era, like the years and stuff he was from? Because I know Charlie Pride was a big artist. Charlie Pride was a big country artist, but he was in the midst of country. It wasn't like
he was in a Charlie Pride was like in the like the like the 40s, the 60s and shit, 50s, 60s or something like that.
Yeah, I think he was
Charlie
like
Pride.
he was like 67.
This guy was like in the 40s.
Okay. I mean, I can believe it, but that's why I always assumed that it was more of a connection with the blues because they're so similar. Like the subject matter, all that stuff. They're so similar. So,
but then if you really look at if you really go into the trajectory of like the songs, right? Like the blues is the blues. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my man with the piano, fuck, he used to make that shit. His guitar was named Lucille, yo. Big guy, yo. I forgot.
Oh, you talking about you said BB King?
Damn.
That's not BB King.
Yeah, BB King, right? BB King is like that's blues, like what he sung about. That's that blue, like shit. We going down the road, but when you get to that country, when you listen to it, it's like family. It's fucking some of the shit happy, some of it sad, but it's like all of that shit always end up with a happy ending, bro. No matter how you listen, like what country you listen to, yo, that shit always end up with a happy ending. I think now only people that really come with like the bad endings and shit, or just like some fucked up life shit, is like Morgan Wallen now.
Okay.
Niggas forget that Jelly Roll was part of fucking 3-6 Mafia. Now he a gospel singer. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't know that.
Yo, you don't remember Jelly Roll from being with 3-6 Mafia? 3-6 Mafia, Lil White.
I remember Lil White. I remember Lil White, but I don't remember Jelly
You got
Roll.
Jelly Roll, and then he started beefing with the Insane Clown Posse back in the day and all that, yo.
Okay,
That's when
okay.
I was like,
Mark,
Jelly
Mark
Roll.
said, is Leslie Riddle the one you talking about?
Leslie Reynolds, yo.
Leslie, okay.
Yup. Because I was great. I ain't want to disrespect because I know a nigga named Leslie, but I was ready to say he got like a woman's first name.
Okay.
But I didn't want to say it because I don't know who might see this.
I mean, that's one of the interchangeable names, like Leslie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but
Dana.
I got an aunt named Leslie, so that's how I be like,
Right.
it fucked
Like
me up when I
Leslie,
hear like,
Dana, fucking Stacy and Tracy and shit.
yeah, I know a
Interchangeable.
nigga named Stacy too. He fucked me up because I thought he was playing, but that was really his name.
Yeah.
I was like, this shit, like, that's what he put on his application. I was like, where's Stacy at? It was like, I am Stacy. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So and he spelled it with the EY too. They spelled it with the STACEY too.
That's the I thought that was the masculine spelling.
I don't know because I know a couple women like that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, it definitely had, we definitely had that shit, and we just like with the hood, we let niggas take we let niggas take our good shit, and we ran to the hood, man, because we wanted the free shit. You know what I'm saying? We wanted the free shit. So,
right.
But outside of that, man, like I just think now that now there's like noticeable faces. It's fucked up because a lot of people gonna be mad about it, but if it wasn't for that one person that did that shit, who really didn't want to put on, like, get accolades, but she just wanted to put on those other black faces, we probably wouldn't have a Boozy and none of them niggas, man. Like, they was already there, but they wasn't popping. Yo been in that shit for 10 years before he hopped on the Beyonce album.
Who, the Shabozy nigga?
Yeah, yo. 10 years. Hopped on the Beyonce album, and now the fucking world love him, and now he the king of country, yo. It don't make sense.
I mean, he didn't make it to the he didn't make it to the Beyond. He made it to the Beyonce album because didn't that nigga have a fucking single running for like 1 million weeks?
No, he ain't have.
So that's before the Tipsy shit.
Yeah, he ain't had that shit until
that song is trash, yo.
Yeah, I mean that sparked yo life back up though, and then they took his ass off it once the song started getting popping.
Yeah, that song is that Tipsy song is trash, yo.
It brought Jaquan back out the woodwork.
Oh no, I was glad that Jaquan makes, you know, man, that he's making something off of it, and I'm glad the song exists. I'm just saying that shit is trash.
Oh yeah.
It's a trash ass song, yo.
But yeah, it's just that and then you got the girl from here that was on the album. She getting some buzz now. Shorty from Hamden, the black girl that do country.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So it's like it's some shit. It's some people out here, bro, that's in it, but it's fucked up because of Shorty shit. You know what I'm saying? Shorty came out, and it is what it is.
Okay, so see that makes a little more sense to me, Mark. So specifically, like that bluegrass shit, that's the white shit.
Yeah, bluegrass.
But he's saying the sound of country as a genre is partly because of us. I can see that, because I can't see that motherfucking That shit
Yeah,
don't
that's that
sound
hill,
black to me. It don't
like you said,
sound
that's
like
that
it.
hillbilly shit. Yeah, that's that
Right, yeah,
hillbilly
yeah. That's
shit.
that motherfucking like you said, the deliverance shit. That motherfucking old
Yeah.
Dixie, that Dixie shit. You know what I mean?
When niggas was playing on a fucking washboard and shit.
Right. All right. The easiest example would be inside the club in centers and that shit that
Right.
they was doing outside the
Oh yeah,
club when
yeah,
they
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
when
yeah,
they
yeah,
was
yeah,
showing
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
that they was lit. You know what I mean?
That shit. Yeah, that shit.
So that could be like, you know what I mean, like kind of what y'all talking about. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
basically, it's like, all right, this is what we involved, right? This is what y'all try to make it out of. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then especially I think like when them 3 letters adapted it, you feel me?
Right.
It was like we went away from it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, that's the Dixie shit. Like that,
Yeah,
like that
yeah,
song.
yeah.
Down in the land of cotton.
Yeah.
That shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, the
That's the shit
motherfucker.
I'm saying. I can't feel it that
And
we
we came
influenced
up with
that
that shit. No, we ain't influenced that. They always take a remake and try
Right.
to make it to their ear. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But the traditional sound of like radio country, like
Right.
that, the sound of the music. You remember when we was young when they used to like advertise those compilation albums and shit. So you will see like
Yeah.
one commercial would be about like all of the soul singers and shit. Then
Yeah.
another one would be about all of the country artists and shit.
What that shit was like, the best times music or some shit or something.
I forgot what it was, but
My
they had the
grandmama
running.
ordered that shit one time, yo. That
Yeah.
shit, I never seen a CD case, yo, open up 6 times, yo. That bitch open.
Right. So you got matter of fact, what movie was that they had the running joke throughout the whole movie? Was it House Party? Like it was a running joke on TV inside of the movie where they was advertising one of those
Oh yeah, that was House Party.
That was House Party
that's
one.
when Kid was sitting there and shit, and they was watching. Yeah, that was House Party. And you know what? They did that shit in Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking juice in the hood too.
Okay. Yeah, Robert Johnson. He was part of the inspiration for the lead character in Sinners and shit, for real.
Yeah.
The story is called The Devil and Rob Johnson. It's about like he met the devil at the crossroads. The devil told him that I'll make you the best guitar player ever. You just gotta basically give
Sign
me
your
some
name
of your
right
soul.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so that shit. When you really think about it, yo, like black music influenced a lot of shit, right?
Most definitely.
What they took and made it into, that's when we get, fuck no, we ain't do that shit. Well, yeah, we didn't do that. They just had to play it to their sound. You feel me?
Right.
So like, yeah, the jazz, blues,
rock
country, rock and roll, rap, because you gotta think about it. They weren't slaves, so they ain't had no fucking songs. We was putting shit together. Our people was putting shit together. Just doing, you know what I mean? We were just putting shit together.
Right.
We was just putting shit together.
Shit. Plus, we was remixing the fucking songs that they made us sing and shit too. Like
Facts.
the fucking hymns and shit. We was remixing them shit and putting that shit on them, y'all. You know what I mean?
And then you know what's so wicked about that though? We was out this bitch singing slave songs as kids.
What slave songs you talking about?
Motherfucking 10 monkeys jumping on the bed. You know what I'm saying? That shit, the real song wasn't none of that. That shit was 10 niggas jumping on the bed, all that shit. That shit crazy. Like we used to act like nursery rhymes. Yeah, nursery rhymes, yo, that they had us sing in elementary school. We like fucking revamping the slave joints, and they just because they adapt, our people adapted to that shit. So they just made that shit better when they put us in school. There's a couple shits, bro.
Yeah, definitely. It was some black classical artists. It's black people that wrote the music to a bunch of the hymns in the fucking hymn books for church and shit. You know what I
It
mean?
wouldn't be no Elvis Presley if it wasn't for a black man.
Yeah, I mean that was his influence.
But that's what I'm saying. Like people
Right.
turned him into the king of some shit that he didn't even start.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm not saying Elvis was the king, but you ain't got to start something to be the king. You just got to take the crown.
I'm just saying he
You
didn't
just got to
even
take the crown.
like nigga took a whole song
and
they had him sing it. Blackball Joe and all that shit.
Right. 100%.
Look at Lil Richard don't get the recognition he should be getting.
Nah, he don't.
Lil Richard made a lot of niggas and he made a lot of songs that niggas don't realize is him.
Right. I think along the way, like of course it's not a constant thing, but Lil Richard got his flowers. He got his flowers, but I think because
before he died.
Yeah, and I mean it's especially 70s, 90s, 80s. There's a lot of controversies of also for how he was too. You know what I mean? He was the original. He was the original Elton John, low key for real.
Yeah, he was he was the original hot boy.
Yeah, he's the original Elton John.
He was the original Elton John. And even then, you see how that shit worked. Like we make and break our people. So because at that point in time, that shit was like a sacred thing in our community, right? Like no one dared to say, "Yo, I'm gay," right?
Right.
No one dared that shit.
Right.
Like back in the day, niggas didn't want to say that they went to jail, so they used to tell their kids that the nigga went to college. Like, where your papers, daddy? You know what I'm saying? But on the other end, niggas embraced Elton John for being gay.
Who embraced him for being gay?
His people. I don't know no Elton John songs.
I'll say that
nigga went and even became a prince or whatever. Fuck, they knighted him and all that shit.
Yeah.
I don't have no respect for Elvis. He was fucking kids.
That in white music, that they have a different or had a different sexuality, been fluid for a long time within that rock pop lane.
Yeah.
Like that shit been fluid for a long time. Like since the late 70s, early 80s, that shit has been fluid.
You know who made black people love that shit?
From disco on up, that is Elton John's era. He came in the Studio 54 era where it was,
where
doing all that
was
shit was
living
kind
high.
Yeah, and it was a bunch of like homosexuality had a place back then. You know what I mean?
But once again, it was hitting on our end. But
you put Elvis. Did you mean Elton John?
No, he said he gave Elvis credit.
No, he said Elvis was initially married to a woman. Even his songs mention women, even his wife. So he's talking about Elton John.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say because Elvis was fucking a little kid.
But yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can see him.
He married to a nigga right now.
Beards in his music. You know what I mean? I can see that Elton John doing that. But also, you knew it was a bunch of people knowing that he was bending over two paws.
Yeah, yeah,
At least within the industry.
and that's what I'm saying. Like for
Like
us,
David Bowie and fucking what's her name had a time together. Mick Jagger and shit, they was fucking with each other. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But
I remember that.
that was within that freaky ass rock era coming out of fucking Studio 54 in
Freaky
Forever On
young
and shit.
niggas, freaky ass niggas, them fans, man.
Yeah.
But no, like that, it's. But that's what I'm saying. Like Prince made niggas not give a fuck, bro. They ain't care. We ain't at one point in time. Niggas like, yo, I think he gay. I think he ain't. I don't know. He got one of the baddest drummers out here fucking her.
Right.
And niggas like, oh, fuck it, yo, Prince my nigga.
All I know is
I remember hearing them joints in the house and
everybody. It was more of an assumption with Prince because of what we were seeing.
Yeah, it was ass out.
But it was just too many people just keep on coming out saying that he just fucked with women. He loved women. Right. But like the shit is like everybody else had rumors.
Right.
I've never heard a rumor about Prince fucking with them. Matter of fact, Prince don't fuck with other niggas.
Right. Remember that nigga used to give Mike Jack that motherfucking cold shoulder. You feel
Right.
me?
He not only don't fuck niggas pause. He don't even really like. He feel like if I'm around men too long, it's gonna fuck up my shit. It's gonna fuck up my swag.
Yeah.
He one of them type motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Prince the type motherfucker.
Prince the type motherfucker that he see me, he want to hoop against me. He don't.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get it. 100%.
Like Prince see a strong ass 6'6", 6'1" motherfucker. I ain't saying I'm strong, but I'm just using like somebody that a faggy might like. He see that motherfucker. He sizing you up like a man. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
man,
boy, I bet you I cross you over. I should have jumped in your face, nigga. You know what I mean?
Him and Morris Day, yo. Him and Morris Day went at it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's something like, you know, you had those ones that was like, oh, he this or that because of what he wore, but then everybody came out like, well, that nigga just fucked that nigga bitch yesterday. You know what I'm saying? That he just fucked his bitch, and then he can't go fuck his bitch.
Right. That what Mark just said. That's why he ain't do I'm bad and shit. Cause Mike opened that shit up talking about your butt is mine, and he wasn't gonna be standing across that nigga. That nigga talking about your butt is mine.
But then he walked out there with his ass out. That nigga crazy, yo. But he's a fucking genius, yo. He's a musical genius, bro.
Oh man, you were supposed to be on the stream with us when we was going through that top 75 R&B list, yo.
Damn, yeah, hell yeah, that nigga, yeah. I wish I was on that bitch because that nigga Prince is a genius, bro.
He got R. Kelly over Prince. That when me and Craig was debating it, he said R. Kelly over Prince.
Real? R. Kelly over Prince?
He had R. Kelly in the top 3 or 4.
Shit, I definitely got him in the top 5. But I don't know if he going over Prince though.
All right, this is the top 5 that they had on the list.
Please, what is it, yo?
And you tell me if R. Kelly is over any of these people.
Please tell me.
You got Stevie Wonder number 1.
Okay. Stevie Wonder, fuck no. I fuck with Kelly, but Stevie Wonder make a nigga feel happy, bro.
You got Aretha Franklin, Michael fucking Jackson.
Okay.
So he had R. Kelly over Stevie. I don't remember what Craig was saying about Aretha Franklin. Beyonce number 4. Whitney Houston number 5. Is R. Kelly over any of them?
Fuck yeah.
Who you got him over?
They saying this is just straight R&B wise, like.
Well, see, that was my argument with a lot of the lists, but
are we talking about creativity, singing, what, like, or all of that shit as a whole?
They just saying top R&B artist, y'all. Now,
and R. Kelly's definitely over Whitney Houston.
What?
Psych, yo, fuck with you. I want you to go.
Now they had R. Kelly at about, I think he's at number.
I wouldn't do that.
They got him. See. This is why I believe
got Beyonce as number what?
Numbers. I think it was number 4.
I'm not doing that.
So they had R. Kelly right above Marvin Gaye. Anytime you're above Marvin Gaye, you elite. The elitist of the
God.
elite.
You elite like a bitch. I can't
really,
do
to
that.
me, that was like his. You said you can't put R. Kelly over. You said you can't put Kelly.
I can't put Kelly over. I can't.
You said that was his mentor.
Like, yo, like, not a mentor, but nigga, like
Charlie Wilson, that nigga mentor, y'all.
Charlie Wilson is fucking Marvin Gaye, nigga.
Nah.
Nigga,
Charlie Wilson.
Gatman or Charlie Wilson by himself?
Just Charlie Wilson, period. He just his own animal, y'all.
He's nasty, but we talking about. All right. So you'll put
Charlie Wilson. Charlie Wilson wasn't.
You'll put Charlie Wilson over Marvin Gaye?
Hell no.
Okay, then what we doing?
No, I'm not putting Charlie Wilson over Marvin Gaye. I'm saying now that I look at this whole list, Charlie Wilson should have been somewhere on this damn 75.
Oh, he wasn't on that at all?
Nope. No Charlie Wilson.
That's crazy.
No Charlie Wilson.
Yeah, Charlie Wilson was influenced by Stevie Wonder. You right. But I'm saying R. Kelly took all of those niggas. He took the Marvin Gaye.
See, now that you say that, and I listen for Charlie Wilson in my brain, I can hear him starting off sounding like Stevie Wonder, because that's what happens to with a lot of artists. When they first start singing, even rappers, they're gonna remind you of who their biggest influence was, who they copied. And when R. Kelly came out, first he sounded like fucking Aaron Hall to me.
Yeah.
But R. Kelly flipped the script when he started producing Charlie Wilson, because they put a less chill remake on Charlie Wilson's album.
Yeah.
That was the low-key genius of R. Kelly, because he knew that Aaron Hall that everybody was saying that he was biting off Aaron Hall when he first came out. This nigga waited 15, 20 years later to bring out Charlie Wilson and put him on That's Chill and let them know that, no, Aaron Hall got the same influence I got.
Right.
Matter of fact, it's KC, R. Kelly, and motherfucking Aaron Hall off the Charlie Wilson tree and shit.
Hey, niggas forget that when Jodeci Fuck Casey and JoJo by itself. When Jodeci first came out, they were opening up for the Gap Band.
Okay, that makes sense.
You get what I'm saying?
I didn't know that, but that makes sense.
Yeah, they actually opened up a couple shows for them niggas, bro. Like, and then, I don't even know why is Beyonce in the top 5?
Because she's the biggest.
So we going off of influence and all that other shit too, on top of.
I mean, yeah, of course, and slaps, yo.
Yeah,
I mean, she
yeah,
got
yeah,
fucking
no,
mega hits, yo.
She got. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I wanted to know in the beginning, like what was judging off of. R. Kelly was number 5.
He was number 5. No, R. Kelly number 9.
Okay.
And he has ahead of him Mariah Carey, Prince.
I could see the Prince,
James Brown. And the 5 I mentioned earlier, starting with Whitney Houston, Beyonce going up. I don't have no problem with what. Let me see. Who's debatable?
Mariah Carey. If we talking about like influence and song, like I see why niggas like Mariah Carey and shit like that, but I'm definitely would take R. Kelly over her. One and for me,
she's one of the best singers ever, yo.
For me,
Mariah Carey is one of the best singers to ever exist, yo.
He who writes this shit. He wrote songs for that bitch.
I agree. That has never been a prerequisite for R&B greatness. That's a rap thing.
Nah, shit. Why hasn't it? That's because niggas don't. I mean, shit.
Because it's always been acceptable for a R&B artist to get a song and just sing it.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about that part of it. I'm talking about the point of your hits came from my hand. You feel what I'm saying?
So that's not you being an artist. That's you being a writer.
But you're an R&B influence. Like, it's no, it's Mariah Carey's CDs that I can skip. I haven't skipped R. Kelly CDs, bro.
99% of female artists, I'm skipping hella shit on their CD. It's probably been 3 women R&B artists CDs I can say in my life that I don't be skipping shit.
Can't name no Janet Jackson songs.
Erykah Badu got 2 of those. Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, and what was the other one? Mary J. Blige probably got 2. One of them is My Life.
So can I ask you a question? Because I just seen Mark just post up about Janet Jackson. Where's she at?
She was in the top 15, 16 or something like that.
Okay.
See, Mariah wrote,
I
wrote most of her songs. He said Mariah wrote most of her songs though. No, he said Krabs said he couldn't name any Janet Jackson songs.
Yeah, she wrote most of our songs because that's how Clive Davis set that shit up.
Krabs said he couldn't name any Janet Jackson songs and shit.
Oh, Clive Davis set that shit up for his superstars to always look good. At one point in time, he made
Wasn't they married at one point in time?
Right. Yes. He also made niggas think that fucking Whitney Houston wrote her own shit at one point in time.
Yeah.
And then it came out years later that she didn't. It's just that it came out after she died.
Right.
So we'll hear Once God
Yeah,
called,
I've definitely heard of songs getting taken and other people getting credit for writing, like the artist getting credit for writing them. I've heard that in the singing round plenty of
it's,
times.
it's a lot of times when Clive have niggas write for artists and paid them out so that name wouldn't go on the shit. So his art, so he can have a
Yeah,
breed of
that's
so he can
yeah,
breed. So he bred artists who write their own shit and come
right.
up with this. Yeah, man.
But that's definitely a thing, and of course that's still happening today,
Yeah,
where you just getting paid the like you getting paid the writer's fee,
yeah.
or even you getting paid
And it was
almost
and he
damn
was
near like
paying them a good fee where a nigga wasn't say nothing about it because it was getting paid more than what they would have wrote it for another person. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Clive knew what he's doing. Clive was throwing that money out good, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, Tommy Mottola was the same nigga too. No, Tommy Mottola.
No,
All these niggas.
Tommy Mottola was the one she was married to.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
But
Clive
Clive was
Davis
who
the
she
one
was
that
signed to.
Clive was the one that him and Diddy was fucking with each other.
Niggas love Diddy, boy. I said to God, I can't wait till my cousin come home, man.
He can't wait for his cousin to come home.
I
Come on,
can't
yo.
wait.
You know here wow. Come on, yo.
I can't wait. I don't see why he was niggas. Yo,
outside of the charge. Hold on.
outside of the charge,
Outside of the charges,
he's a wild nigga.
But
He
all
going.
right.
He
As long as you acknowledge that he's a
no, he a
wild
wild
nigga,
nigga.
that's
No, he a
also
wild nigga.
gay. He's another
I ain't gonna
also
say
gay
my
nigga.
cousin gay.
He's an also gay nigga, yo.
I ain't
Diddy
gonna
is
say my
also
cousin
gay,
yo. Ain't no gay. Well, it's wild. No gay nigga said he fucked him, but the part about that nut on the chest, that's wild. Cuz of wild, yo. He a wild nigga for that, cuz. You might as well just fuck the nigga, cuz. But she's a wild bitch for even doing the task. You heard me?
Brother, what's that?
She a wild bitch for even completing the mission. That shit wild to me. Like this but he going down for the shit that we was just talking about. Those Studio 54 shits. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, most definitely. One thing I'm never gonna deny from anything is a lot of the things that are happening to a lot of these rich, black men, and it happened to some of the crackers too. They took some of the crackers down too.
Yeah, they took them down, but they don't get as much publicity.
For one, they wasn't on no trial of the century type shit. And for another, they not algorithm.
Right. Like Abercrombie and Fitch.
Right. He's not algorithm. You know what I mean?
Even though some
But
niggas
best
wore
believe
their clothes.
there is an algorithm somewhere where that shit was flying by every day, all day. But one thing I'ma always say is a lot of motherfuckers is getting jammed up for shit that used to be normalized.
Yeah.
And then that 98, 99, 2000, 2001, bloom. Fucking regular fucking pimping that went from a pandering charge, which was a misdemeanor, turned into sex trafficking. One of the worst charges you can get. You know what I mean? So that was the flip that switch right there.
Because niggas forget. It's funny because people forget, right? People forget, and I'm happy that you brought that number up, that years, right? People forget when Snoop Dogg was on this same trial with Bishop Don Juan and Pimpin' Ken and them niggas, bro. People forget. People act like that shit ain't never happened. But once again, it happened around the time where internet, viral moments, and all that shit wasn't a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it happened when Facebook was just probably popping. We probably still was on MySpace and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that shit. That would if. Well, it's tough. It's tough now, but if back then viral, if we had what we have now, and it was back then, that shit wouldn't have hurt Snoop's career because he was saying he was a damn pimp the whole time.
Yep. Right. Facts. And then
And
it
he
was
said
easy.
still says today that I actually went and really pimped at one point in time.
Yeah. You nigga, he was hanging with two of the most prominent fucking pimps in the world.
Right.
You weren't with them niggas just because you was trying to get a profession.
Right.
Yeah, hey, yo, like Cosby with the Quaaludes. So just like that, they waited until that nigga Richard, basically the original Willy Wonka died. Then he went after Bill Cosby. People don't realize that the original Willy Wonka and Bill Cosby were Richard Gene were fucking.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Now, what would you say? What's
them niggas were the bestest friends, nigga.
Oh, okay.
They were the bestest friends. They was quaaluting bitches up all down Hollywood.
I thought him and Richard Pryor was close.
No, him and that white boy did it.
No, I thought Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder were close. I didn't know Bill Cosby and Gene Wilder was close.
Cosby was close to that nigga too.
Oh, okay.
That's why Cosby went to the funeral.
Okay. But yeah, that shit was super duper normalized. And but
I still don't believe I still don't believe for that last one that Cosby got locked up for. I still don't believe that one. I could believe the other ones. You talking about a nigga who got walking with a cane, can't see, picked a big bitch up and dragged her to his room. That don't happen.
Right. The industry most definitely was chewing bitches up and spitting them out.
Spitting them out. And then giving them bread and they was happy with that shit, bro.
Yeah, the industry definitely was on some wild shit.
Look at that old white bitch that keep trying to come after the old niggas. The little porn star bitch. That even had some of Donald Trump, you feel me?
Oh.
Hold up,
so it's just wild. The wild part is the complicity of a lot of women. And it's just there are plenty of real victims, but many of these women chasing fame were 100% complicit to what they were doing. And now you have a percentage of those women that were complicit seeing a lick because these rich men have been paying out over the last couple years for old shit. You know what I mean? So there's a large amount of them that just see a lick. Yo.
Yeah. Yeah, but I heard what you were saying though. Yeah, but I mean it's just that we do things, yo, and when we don't go with the masses, that's gonna be the first thing they're gonna get our asses on.
Yeah.
The first thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, one of the things is since the beginning of the time is that the rich man prerogative has been having their way with women and shit.
Yeah.
Or boys or whatever they like. You know what I mean?
Whatever they like, right?
Whatever they like. That's just been the one of the perks of being rich.
And then you got women that go there for that.
100%. That's what I said. That's what I'm talking about complicity and a lot of them that's coming out with these lawsuits late is that they were complicit. They went in knowing what was up.
That's why I
You know
feel
what I
like they
mean?
had to.
And they found out later on, oh damn, I can get money for that shit.
Yeah. Oh shit, I could have. Oh, I went there trying to get something. I ain't become an actor or a model.
Right.
Shit, but I could get some bread.
Nigga, I didn't had chicks get me drunk. Bring Hennessy, whatever they, you know what I mean, whatever they did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now you
because
gotta go see that asses.
because they wanted to get some sex or they wanted to get some Henny dick. You understand what I'm saying? Pause. So
you gotta sue them now.
Do you know if you've done that with a woman, that they can come back later on and say that nigga got me drunk and did it to me and I felt in the morning that I didn't want it to happen?
Yeah. And all
when y'all specifically got drunk together to party and get down, you know what I mean? That specifically was the goal from the very beginning.
Yep. And that's why I'm like, that's why I feel like they dismiss that sex trafficking shit and all that. Like now, I just feel like they're gonna get puffy for the prostitution, right?
That shit was too too convoluted. I went and started researching this shit. The charges of the sex trafficking and all that are off the table, but the sex trafficking and the prostitution is not off the table for them ultimately locking you up.
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but
they basically said it would be the prosecution's reason, excuse, whatever you want to use, was that they trying to simplify it. They were trying to simplify it for the jury. Because basically how convoluted that shit was, the jury probably was like, no, he's not guilty of that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So that's what I'm saying. So it's like, now you had a bunch of rumor mills. It's still, we still have yet to all these commentaries, all these people in court, you, me, the world were looking for these videos, bro.
Right.
When they went to court, only thing you brought were people to tell us some shit. Like, come on, like no audios of.
Oh no. They showed videos in court. The thing was that people was looking for these videos of all of these wild parties, all these wild orgies with the celebrities and people we want to see, TD Jakes and all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. When I like, you didn't show us a video of the shit that you saying was there. Like when all these celebrities at white parties, and when he turned the lights off and shit, it's another party, right? Then you got these celebrities and shit that running in I was at the party, but when that time hit, I left and all this other bullshit, right?
No, what people said, and it actually lines up. What actually came out was that we wasn't privy to any of that. Like we wasn't doing none of that. We ain't see none of that out in the open at the damn parties. You know what I mean?
Which is right, because the people who went at one point in time in the 90s, the early 2000s, mid 2000s, when Bad Boy was rocking, if a nigga gonna sit here and say that they didn't want to go to a puffy party, you're lying, because the puffer party was that, like, you knew.
They lying.
You know what I'm saying?
100%.
So it's like when people out here like these older niggas like a Joe Budden's like, I went to the nigga, you used to beat bitches up. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you used to get high as a motherfucker, bro.
I mean, to defend Joe a little bit on that tip, Joe defended he defended
Yeah, he
the
defended
fact
Puffy.
that puffy parties was normal, and the regular party goers and everybody there wasn't privy to any of that. They
But then
basically say, all right, all I'm saying, they left before that happened.
But
right?
I
They
suppose
didn't say that they knew that something
what
happened after
happened.
they left. They just saying we ain't never see that. I must have left before any of that happened.
But
That's
that's
all I hear.
But that's what I'm saying. So when people visualize that, right?
Right.
From the masses who didn't get to go to these puffy parties and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me that you had to leave at a certain time. So you seen these new niggas coming in. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean,
Or
I can see how it can be it can be misconstrued for that.
That's why I didn't respect none of the niggas who went to the puffy party to say, oh, but I wasn't there for that part. Like even Jamie Foxx, I'm happy that nigga living and he ain't go through his shit and, you know, God gave him a second chance. But we can't sit here and act like he wasn't Puffy on the West Coast before Puffy moved on the West Coast. Because niggas, there was stories about this nigga playing basketball with niggas.
Yeah,
naked.
most definitely.
You know what I'm saying? It's parties of hearing him having bitches walking around half naked and all this other shit and niggas doing XYZ off the niggas, the bitches and shit, right? So it's like when you have that nigga like come out and be like, oh shit, you know, I left though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I was there, but like I know you're joking, but nigga, we know you were there.
Right.
Like Terrence Howard come out. Oh, you know, I wasn't, you know, I think he tried to fuck me and all this, but you was hanging with him, bro.
Right.
Like that, like the shit that I felt like at a time like this, let the victims speak, right? Because we know half of the fucking country that was somebody, either on the East Coast or the West Coast, wherever he threw that fucking party, was at that party. Because he didn't even go to, this nigga had VMA parties. He had BET parties, but didn't even show up at the BET Awards.
Right.
And niggas would show up there, suited and booted. So whatever happened, happened. This nigga had a bed outside his house in Cali, bro. And niggas jumping on his big ass bed. You know what I'm saying? You had the Chris Brown. Chris Brown a solid nigga, bro. He know he can't say shit either. When nigga try to ask him why he was on his tour, he said no comment. That's how you supposed to take it.
Right.
Because you got bitches trying to hit you too. But it's like, yo, I just didn't respect the niggas who went to the party, but insinuated that they knew something else was going on after the party. But when we looking for the case and shit, we seen nothing compared to that. You know what I'm saying? These freak offs. Now we just gotta hear a person that got paid $20 million say she conducted them. Then at the end of her trial, say she loved the nigga still. She don't hate her past. But then in the beginning, you tell us you hate your past because of something that you chose to do. You could have left. Then 50, we found out why 50 so mad at that nigga, because he treated your bitch like a trick.
But
and
I
he
mean,
had another one. He played by the white code. So he
50 shit was out. It was out in the open from the beginning, though.
No,
with Shorty, because that's the one he called. That's the one he called a sex worker back then.
Yeah,
when Diddy first started kind of bringing her out and shit.
But you niggas didn't know. Niggas wasn't paying attention to who the fuck Diddy was with, bro. Niggas didn't know that was that nigga baby mother. We just seen that he used to look goofy and shit with her. He was in love with Shorty. Too bad that little nigga might not have a father soon, because that's what he do. He run away when the mother fuck up.
Oh no, he in court trying to get custody of him.
Yeah, he at least one son they have a father in his life. He should have did that for Maurice, man. It's just at the end of the day, Puffy 50 is not an innocent nigga either, but he played by the white code. But he played by the white code.
Nobody in. Especially if you're from the 90s, especially if you're from the goddamn 90s. Nobody in music
is fucking innocent.
Unless you unless you just from the very beginning. I mean, I've heard of some guy like people talk about guys like, oh, they wasn't about that shit. Like they used to just go straight home. But for the most part, you know what I mean, that just came with
like LL. Like LL. Niggas just thought LL was slaying bitches. He was married and all that shit.
It don't matter.
But I'm just saying though, like
it don't matter, yo. No.
At
LL
one
was
point in
fucking.
time he was. After that, he wasn't. It's in his book. He talked about it.
Probably, but when he was 45, 50.
Nah.
Yo, I got a homeboy.
It's a lot of niggas that can turn it off, cuz. Celebrity
LL was still sniffing coke.
Oh yeah.
This is let me see. I got dated. So
he was sniffing coke when he first got on fucking NCIC.
99, around 99, 98, around that time.
You heard what I said?
What?
He was still sniffing coke when he was on NCIC at the beginning.
NCIC. Oh, NCIS.
NCIS, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I got this homeboy, right? The nigga like he used to be like a model type nigga. So he made his way out LA, got into like the crowds and everything and shit. Nigga about 6'3", cut up type of nigga, bald head, light brown skin, basically like an older LL archetype. You know what I mean? But I would say that like broads might consider this nigga even prettier. You know what I'm saying? This nigga LL tried to beef with that nigga because a bitch wanted him and didn't want LL.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just because a bitch was trying to go with him and LL was there and the bitch ain't want LL.
And LL, yeah. You seen that nigga LL bitch too? Look like a fucking nigga.
What, his wife?
Yeah.
I vaguely remember that, and I ain't remember her looking like no dude. But
she looked like The Rock's wife.
Oh shit.
But it's never here nor there.
Yeah, but I'm about to shut this shit down. I'm fucking.
Oh yeah, I see you on this bitch for 5 hours, nigga. I'm like, damn, I got on this bitch. It was like 4 in it.
Right. But that's what it is. I'm trying to do this shit, especially since I ain't working at the moment and shit. I'm gonna do this shit as much as I can for real. I don't get nothing off of Facebook and shit. They shut my monetization down, yo, for video content. You know what I mean? But I ain't sweating. I just like doing this shit, and it's going to YouTube too. So hopefully somebody keep on saying my shit on YouTube. Right. But that's what it is. Yo, thanks for coming through. Top 2, what it do? Bro. Peace out. Thank you for the block party, my brethren. Muck, yo, thanks again, yo. You actually gotta come on. I gotta get you a Muck. If you don't want to show your face, right? Because I want you to jump on here. But the mystery thing is actually kind of cool. So if you don't want to show your face, yo, get
black them out, yo.
No, yeah. You can even bring your voice on here, or you can go on Snap, and they probably got a Max Headroom filter, so you could probably come on as Max Headroom, yo.
Hey, yo, when did Krav get out of Mervo? Didn't Krav go to Mervo?
Yeah, but Krav is in his early 30s, so Krav would probably been a little bit after Muck. He'd have been after Muck.
Okay.
Krav was probably in middle school when Muck was up up Mervo.
So yeah, I know. It's some nigga. I'm gonna have to talk to Muck because some little niggas I knew.
Right.
But shit, yo, hit me, yo. I just be doing schoolwork now, though. I be trying to do some little shit still.
Oh shit, that's what it is. Shit, tomorrow actually Friday, yo, and that's supposed to be culture rap day anyway, yo. So we gonna bring we bringing culture rap back tomorrow, yo.
All right, well, hit me then, cuz.
All right, my nigga.